Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I do pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom from the universe. And hello to Susie Q and to Miss Delaney Pearl Jones. Hi, Miss Pearl. Um, I hope everyone is doing well. This is one of them spiritual kick in the butts, almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and not necessarily urgent, but you know, with all the complexity and chaos in the world, you know, in my spirit journey and my um, journey along the red road and the shaman walk, shaman and training, that the more you complicate things, the harder it is for you to accept them. Now, sometimes, understanding that rain comes from the clouds, but the clouds form because of the water on the land, and that evaporates and goes into the clouds and then becomes rain again. So there are some natural things that it's really kind of interesting to understand those things. Um, but when you see that, evaporation causes clouds and the clouds cause rain and rain causes rivers and it starts all over again. So, if you just simply observe nature over years and, the elders and so forth, and, who listens to elders anymore, right? But kind of boiling it down to and having chats with folks and watching chat rooms and things and listening, and I just noticed you emailed me on the ninth, and so I how about that, Michelle? How are you, David? Susie Q just turned my phone back on 15 minutes ago. Who's Alistair? Happy birthday. But yeah, synchronicity, right? And I was sitting here going, I don't know. And then something told me, yeah, well, yeah, here's a subject that we just need to keep in mind, right, Michelle? Synchronicity. And how simple it worked with y'all as an example right now. That 15 minutes you open your jaw, Michelle sends an email, blah, 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 here I am. Okay, synchronicity. But so for people who have not experienced it, that some of these things and they don't accept it, nor do they understand it, nor they want to understand it. Now, do I know how it works? No, but I know that it does because of experience. There is a synchronicity in the world between peoples and folks and stuff. I believe it. So do I have to know exactly how it works? No, because part of the simple thing in what my discussion for this morning, tonight, or evening, depending. Hey, Chloe. Uh, oh, I don't want to say happy birthday to him. Sorry, Alistair. But okay, we'll acknowledge that. But nah, for me, don't want to go there. And I think it is because of my experience with that side of supernatural that, nah, I don't want to acknowledge him. Sorry. A lot of other people that deserve a shout out, but not for me to him. But anyway, that's my personal opinion, and I'm sticking to it. So I missed the 20 and I missed the 40. So it's 4:48, 4 minutes and 48 seconds. It's 1:50 in the AM time. So simply because there's a zero behind it, I'm going to light this bowl. Now, again, I will say I do not promote folks getting stoned all the time or whatever. Hey, Betty, how are you? I was thinking about you earlier today, by the way, but hope you're doing well. I was going to call you, but I was like, nah. Every time I call somebody, they're doing something, so and they got to call me back, which is okay. But I was just like, I don't know. But anyway, but the thought was there, Miss Betty. Um, so there are some folks that are almost my age who have been through religions and so forth, and that they're still arguing about this or that or whatever about the Bible. And you know my position about the Bible. It's an interesting book and so forth, like that. And it was written by individuals, not by God. Stop doing that. Look at the facts and then realize it was a bunch of guys wrote it. Just saying. So, but at the same time, I will say I have been spiritually motivated by the Bible. There are other people who have found salvation or whatever through the Bible. Good, great. I honestly mean that. But in the bigger spiritual part of that, the Bible is a book of stories and things and parables and supposed history and so forth. Okey doke. And that's all wonderful. And we can be inspired by many things. But at the same time, we should not be confused by the many things that we read. Okay. Because in my study of Native American folks, and not just in North America, mind you, but in the Americas, I still think the Americas was Mother Earth's being salvation, if you will, because the other side of the planet was being dug up, cut up, and otherwise built up with castles and war and all this stuff, and lots of steel and bronze and the native folks had, flint, which is still being used, by the way, and it's still a natural resource, and it's still, but anyway, still has a very sharp edge, let me tell you. And you can, if it breaks or whatever, you can nap it in a couple of seconds or minutes and have a good edge again. But anyway, so the Americas were, you know, untouched by these crazy people who call themselves Europeans and white people or Spaniards or whatever, them crazy people from across the ocean. They brought their mess over here, but the native folks had no need to write things down because they didn't have all these things uh, to pull them away from their spirituality. Why? Because they were very natural. They lived in huts that were animal skins. Okay, the having stayed in teepees and put quite a few of them up and that kind of thing. So the teepee or the lodge, depending, teepee is more of a white man's word. A lodge is accepted to the Americas, but the idea that here's your lodge made out of buffalo hides and deer skins and stuff like that, right? And that their clothing and the materials are all very natural, right? Close to close to nature, always. The trees are holding up the animal hides, and so you're inside an animal kind of way if you think about it. Versus canvas when the white man came over and they brought all this canvas and tents and all this other stuff. So, but so they really lived with Mother Nature and they lived with that spirit. So having no need to write things down because in the evenings they sat around and told the stories to one another. They understood. You missed Duggar singing the other night. Oh, could you all hear that? Did you hear him in the background, Chloe? Uh, why guess the name? Oh, Black Betty, bam, balam. She's from Birmingham, bam, balam. Oh, Black Betty, bam, balam. Yep, there you go. I love you all. You're my family. I appreciate, cherish. I do you as well. You loved it? Yep. I think I'm going to have another session, but I honestly felt bad for Duggar because I know that those kind of things will, frequencies interfere with dogs and stuff, and their hearing is much more acute. But if I couldn't quit snickering to play. You know what I mean? He was over there going woo, woo, woo. I was trying to play a note, and it's hard to pucker up just right when you're giggling and laughing. So, but I love Duggar. Thank you. But anyway, so to try to stay on topic, but the mirror, the music is spiritual, and so is like the video I did the other night about it. It maybe have went too long, but it seems really important that people understand that our spirits dance with the universe all the time. It's whether or not we choose to believe it and accept it, right? Believe, believe, believe. You don't have to understand how it works. It is. Water flows. Why? Well, I mean, there's this and that, but yeah, but the river's flowing. We know that, right? It's simple. Well, there are mechanics to it. The water behind it. It rained over here. Oh, okay. Uphill to downhill, kind of simple. It's higher over there and it's lower over there. Betty, we won't shun you. Not unless you want us to, but and then we'll try to, get around that too if we can. Oh, to get it out of my brain so I won't think about it. I've been looking at the wildlife management areas over in your area, Betty, over around El Model and um, Edison or Arlington. Can't remember. Anyway, I want to go over there, and I've been wanting to check those wildlife management areas out for a while. So maybe one of these days, if you ain't doing nothing and you could get over there, it'd be closer to you than this side of the river. But anyway, I want to throw that out to you. I will go anyway, but you're invited, to come sit with me and whatever. But he was waiting. Okay. But anyway, so I would argue and did argue in my earlier days that nothing is simple. Well, but nature is simple. Well, no, it isn't. The complexities of a tree and the fact that the roots go up and the this and the that and the thing. But if you break it right down, you could say, well, you plant a seed or something and the tree grows. If you water it and care for it, the tree grows up nice and big. If there are no storms or diseases and you care for the tree becomes, so in that it's simple, you know. But yeah, when you get down with a microscope and you see all these things and how the sap goes up the bark and down the bark and all that. Okay, all right. We can tear this down into little bitty parts and but nature is really complex. Okay. I agree. But a tree's a tree. Let's just stick there, okay? You planted acorn, which are a bunch of them dropping this year. Oh my God, it sounds like bullets hitting a house, right? You're welcome, Betty. We'll have coffee over a campfire. You know, that's we that's what I was thinking about that. But anyway, but if we overthink it, well, the tree's got bark on. What about the different kinds of trees? What about a tree that ain't really a tree? It's actually a shrub. And what about a shrub that ain't actually a shrub, but it's more like a tree because it's a little taller, but not quite a tree? Okay, I get it. Well, what about the grass? We've got a grass. Some grass goes real tall. And like down here, we got wiregrass and we got this and blah, blah. Okay. But can we agree that the grass will grow in the summertime and it gets up and you got to cut it in the wintertime? It dries back down. Yeah, well, you're kind of breaking this down into simple, you know, yes, because people try to overthink the idea of spirituality, and that is through society, regardless of the society. So my argument about native peoples, not just on, in the Americas, but native tribes in Africa and some, now some of them had some really strange customs and don't know where some of that stuff come from, but just saying. Normally, though, people understood their connection with the universe and that they were always connected to Mother Nature. They didn't have shoes to wear, they went barefoot. They everything they ate was grown or cultivated or caught, uh, shot, dissected, boiled, broiled, whatever. So it boiled down to simple things. This plant, yum, good to eat. Bananas, good. But you got to peel them first. Okay. Eating them with the skin, no good. Got to wait till they, quit turning, the green. Okay. So there's a learning problem. But basically, when a fruit gets ripe, it's time to eat it. It's that simple. So this idea, though, yeah, very connected. So, but it was just natural. They were born that way because they didn't have society with all the complexities to take them out of their spiritual path. It wasn't until the white man showed up and etc. to have changed that for the native folk of any place, right? Even on islands in the Pacific, they had their native beliefs. Now, if I didn't know better and I saw some mountain spewing rock into the air, I could possibly be terrified and want to throw a virgin in. Well, maybe not a virgin, but there's this old guy over in the back that's really cranky. We'll throw him in, to the volcano. But I could see where over time that the gods, Mother Nature, and that we are somehow it's our fault. We have angered the gods. Okay, like we have really a lot to do with climate change on this planet. Get over it, please. Stop that. Carbon tax. Tell them no. Uh, and all of this cow fart stuff. Every animal on this planet farts. Every person. So, but next they'll be saying too many people were too many farts. They're already working on that with Agenda 21. But anyway, and Agenda 30, 2030. So, but for us in spirituality, so having grown up in the Catholic Church, spirituality was the furthest thing from the church's mind. And what do I mean that? Well, because you have to have there's 7 sacraments. Well, okay, you got to be baptized, you got to have this, you got to have that, you got to be, you have to, be consecrated into the church. You have to do these things. You have to receive the sacraments, and and you got to be part of the game, right? In none of the crap that I went through in the Catholic Church did it have I almost said a word. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Didn't have a fucking thing to do with the spirituality. Nothing. It was all about the dogma of the church. So all these people, but the Catholic Church, it's all about them. It ain't about Jesus. It's all about the church. Okay. Yeah, but Jesus started the Catholic Church. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Because the Catholic Church turned into something that Jesus would never agree with. Okay. I mean, just look at his life and so forth. Do you think he would agree with all this stuff and what the church has done? Oh, hell no. So stop it already. So society teaches us that we must have some kind of religion in order to be spiritual, that it's a requirement. And as the Catholic Church and some of these other Christian churches, we all have some kind of original damn sin that we were born with. We did something somewhere before, and we have sinned and must be, covered in water and blessed over and drowned in the river or whatever. And I have never thought that was like a good idea or that it was right either. So, disconnected to God. Yeah, absolutely disconnected. and they have disconnected us. Now, for the native folks, right, they were connected for a long, long time. Thousands and thousands of years they were connected before the influence of these folks in the boats, right? So that really is important. Why? Because to these simple people, even though they understood the complexities of life and of nature, and I mean, if you've ever, killed an animal and had to split it, gut it, skin it, and whatever, and make it useful, there's a lot of stuff in there, right? Guts and things, but I mean, there's a lot of knowledge. There's a lot of it ain't easy to gut an animal, you know. I mean, there's some of this stuff, it takes a strong stomach to be able to do, and but creator, they know because they were that close to everything, literally had their hands inside another animal's cavity, and unless you've done that, you don't really get it, this wholesale slaughtering and things. But by being there and tanning a hide and scraping the flesh off and making their clothes and, and literally living with the critters, right? They understood that the creator and the spirit was touching them at all times. That they are, I believe this, as I know others do, that they are always connected to the spirit, regardless of what's going on. I mean, there are some Indian folk who would say, well, it's a good day to die. Well, why do you say that? Well, my spirit's together and I've done as, and okay, I guess today's as good as any to die. Well, that doesn't mean that they want to die. It's that they understand that their spirit and so forth, it's a good day to die. And in so many ways, they are fearless. Okay. They're not chicken shit like white people, right? They don't go hide behind a rock. They jump out around with a bow and arrow, and so and I've known quite a few Navajo young men who have served as Marines, and I met a code talker at the Marine base up in Albany a couple of years before he passed away. Now this has been 20 years ago, literally. It was about 2001 or two that I met him. They had a special thing at the Albany Marine base up there. Um, the part I have the most problem with is they think it's okay and teach followers to eat the flesh of Christ and drink his blood, and they think no evil or ritual in this idea. Absolutely, Chloe, about the Catholics. And I don't know if you know this part, but I'll throw, since you wrote it down and brought it up, I will back it up. And as an altar boy and growed up in the church, right? So I was there at the altar, sitting at the altar, backstage, as if you will. And so there was always this little, square in the altar. And as a kid, what's that hole for? And there's this little block of, granite or whatever it is, right? And so, what is it? Well, it's a relic. Well, okay, what do you mean it's a relic? Then I found out what relic was, and it's, parts of a person. It's a bone. It's a thing. It's a relic from a saint. So, in order to say mass, okay, it doesn't count unless they have this little block of stuff. So you always see a priest. He's got his little chalice and his thingy and a but he's always got this little block of something that well, Chloe, as I was told by Sister Helene, it could be the remnants of clothes or hair. It doesn't necessarily mean bones, but it does mean a part of them. Absolutely, it means that. So, but whether or not it's bones, exactly, Susie. It's like what? So those folks that I knew that kept saying, you Catholics, you're eat, and to the point, I used to play guitar at the folk mass. And the song was, eat his body, drink his blood, and we'll sing a song of love. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Sons of God, hear his holy word. Gather round the table of the Lord. Eat his body, drink. Wait, hold on. Now, I was in high school when that came out, right? And sang it at many a church service, growing up in the church and everything. Oh, it's more than idol worship, honey. So they tried to talk us into this idea, the transfiguration or whatever it is. Yeah, we got a 20 coming up, and I need to load up. But in this understanding of it, the transfiguration, the transmogrification of Jesus Christ, and how we, and so they use the Last Supper, which they didn't quote him. Let's get that straight, because for years I have not accepted what they tell us about it. And I've told people, and that one of the reasons why I left the church. And there are some Southern Baptists and primitive Baptist churches and stuff down here. Well, they will preach for a couple of hours and then they all get together and have lunch together. There is a Mennonite church over in Meigs. These people are great. If I had to belong to a church, these folks are great. And they put out a good lunch and supper dinner thingy after church on Sundays. They invite people in. I've met some of these folks. They're absolutely wonderful people. So I'm not against all religions or anything like that. And if these folks get along and do the good things that they do, more power to them. Read the Bible all you want. Now, I think they take some things a little too far in that the women must cover their head all the time, and they have to wear skirts that are a certain length. And they can't wear pants, and they can't mimic a man. And oh my God, come on, some of this stuff I just also, some of this stuff they read out of Paul and some of the Gospels. And I've had religious scholars, priests, other folks tell me, do not read Paul. Stay away from Paul. There are things in there that are just not right, that Jesus would not have approved. Okay. But he had a direct relation to God. Well, he didn't have any, his God wasn't necessarily who Jesus was from, but no makeup, can't fix your hair. Well, they can brush their hair, but they can't they don't go to the booty parlor, the booty parlor where you make yourself beautiful, the booty parlor. So, but no, they can't go. And any kind of jewelry, anything like that. Now they can wear a cross, or someone might make them something, but as far as, now these folks, they use machinery, but they only use it where it's necessary. So, uh, I think take what serves you or feels. Yeah. But so they might have a radio or a Walkman or something like that, but they don't put a lot of stock into a lot of worldly items. If it's necessary, I mean, if there's a hurricane or bad weather, no offense, but they're smart enough to know to turn on the weather radar, the weather radio thingy, the alert, right? They're smart enough to do that, right? So technology, yeah, but let's not be stupid, right? So if a tractor, can do even twice as much as a team of horses, then ain't it a tractor that you should get, right? So, but they don't have to be big and classy, but anyway. So, and I'm good with that. They use only what's necessary. If something breaks, they fix it. And if it's got to be a new part, okay. But but they're nice people in general. They're nice people. Now I'm sure there's an asshole somewhere in the group, but they're nice people that I've met. So, but this idea at the Last Supper, I love to have dinner with people, And back in the day, we'd get together here, big bowl of potato salad or and ribs or chicken or whatever we was cooking, right? Out on the grill, and we'd have, this and anyway, it's just me and Duggar mostly now. But I realized then that after I left the church, that I was still very much into the supper. I was still very much into let's have a Sunday dinner, okay? I was very much into the family getting together and having a Sunday dinner, having nothing to do with church. But at the same T-4, I'm ready. Thank you. And I'm not trying to promote this, ladies and gentlemen, but I am 69 years old and counting. And I'm old enough to do what I damn well please. I just did a short live, plugged your channel. Well, thank you, Pearl. I love you much. There are several times weird times I have thought about you in a good way, mind you, but so whatever that means. Anyway, but in this idea of the spirituality and so forth, so religion, and you have to learn all this dogma with the Catholic Church, and there are some other churches that are like that too, but you have to learn all this dogma that doesn't teach you a bit about spirituality. It doesn't teach you a bit about Jesus or Christ or what no, it's about the church and the importance of the church. So in the Last Supper, Jesus is sitting around with friends and neighbors. And if you think there were only 12 folks there or whatever, you're sadly mistaken. There was a group of folks there and they were having dinner. Okay. So there's jokes and laughter and stuff like that. It wasn't necessarily this quote solemn moment. Right. So he's like, hey, brothers, this right here is, this is like the blood of the earth, and it's like my blood, our blood, the energy of the blood, and this wine has energy in it. And it's like the energy of, and he says, every time you have, take a salute, the wine of the earth, the blood of the fruit of the earth. Okay. So, oh, well, all right. And drink, right? Drink, salute, cheers, to the people here. Cheers. Well, that's almost like a Viking thing, right? Valhalla, okay. So, but they had to, for this is my blood. Did he actually mean it was his blood? I'm saying that he was talking about this is the blood of the earth. This is the wine. This is the fruit. This is the, and in that it's the blood. So, but they take a word or two and now it's his blood. Okay. I'm talking about the Catholic Church because they screw everything up, right? They do. They do. So, because every pope, every person, every century or whatever has had their own opinion of shit, right? But they're supposed to be one with God, right? Okay. Native folks, after thousands of years until messed with by white men, still had the same faith. They still had the same stories. They still had the same belief. They still have this, most of them, many of them, still have that connection with Mother Earth, with nature, with, quote, okay, I know nature is complex, but it's also simple. So we're just going to stick with the simple part of it and say it's summertime, it's hot, it's cold, it's wintertime. That's kind of simple. Does it fluctuate from year to year? Yes. Do we affect weather change in the climate? Hell no. Are there some people with buttons and stuff that have formed storms around us? Let's point at them, folks, but let's not give them any money because it's carbon tax. So, because that's bullshit, right? Here, let's light them up. It's a 20. I love you all. Please be safe. So, when you look at the basic things that Jesus, as Christians, talk about, the basics of things, um, that with honor and respect, and how you treat other people, and and you can't take it with you, right? I've got a house full of junk for the last 40 years that I have just collected things, and people have given me things, and yeah, don't even read the Bible. I agree with you, Betty. But here's the thing: the kingdom is within, but it's also everything out in the universe. That's the whole point. Native Americans know, yeah, I'm this and this, and I've got my own energy and spirit, but my spirit is a part of the universe. I'm not just a part of this world or this earth, I'm a part of the universe. Oh, wait a minute. How many people talk about that? They don't say, I'm a child of the universe. Yes, every single one of us is a child of the universe. Our energies that we emit or pick up or whatever, they're natural energies. So society has done everything possible to keep us from that basic single fact. We are always part of the universe. No, no, you got to be baptized first. But no, you got to go, you got to read this book in order to be close to God. Really? But your God is exclusive. It won't allow these people in, and if you don't read this book, I can't get into heaven. Well, no offense, but I don't want to go in them pearly gates in that gated community anyway. Bunch of damn, stuck up snobs that are in that heaven. I am a person of the universe. I have believed it for a long time, and I understand it because it's so simple. I have, you know, and it's been proven with Kilaurin photography, Kilaurin, you know what I mean, where you can see people's auras and plants and stuff. It exists. It exists in nature. For folks who are close to nature, they don't have to see it to understand that it's there. The singing around a plant, or that one of the things that, one of the native things that the women planted the seeds. And there was this thing about white men say, boy, women are doing all the work. Now, there was a reason that women planted the seeds, because they were women. And it was the energy of the woman that would plant the seed for it to grow. And it was the women who tended the gardens and so forth. The men helped, but it was because they were women, not because the men were trying to shove it off on them, but through honor and respect, because women are naturally nurturing where guys ain't. That's it, right? We can be nurturing, but we're guys. So we're the hunter and the gatherers and the guys that are doing it, and the runners, and the women can do that too if they but because they're women, and because they're nurturing, and because they can have children, and because of all of this, it's their right, and in a way their responsibility to plant the seeds. Not that they were forced to. Folks just don't get that, right? So we've lost the connection of planting the seeds from the mothers who will then help to nourish these plants for their children, for their family, for the tribe. You see what I'm saying? Oh, it's just planted, machines do it. Nobody really gives a shit, right? But in the old days, the connection was always there, you see. So they knew the connection with planting maize, and they thanked the spirits for bringing them corn, right? A lot of different tribes always talk about, that they have, when they got maize, and the story of when Creator brought them, and the moon maiden or the corn maiden. And there's so many different stories about how they got the corn and how blessed and thankful they were for the corn. So they're not worshiping the corn. They're giving thanks to the universe that they got it at all, right? So white man has distorted all these stories. They have overcomplicated a simple story. Somewhere down the line, and maybe it was a UFO, seriously, that brought them corn. Here's a bag of seed, and if you plant it, it will come, and they do it like this. You got to plant a lot of it. You got to plant it close together, because when the plant tossles out, it's got to catch the thing. And, they showed him how to do it, but they were blessed because, oh my God, where would we be without tortillas, and where would we be without good cornbread? I'm just saying. Uh, yeah, I can't pronounce it, but you're right, Michelle. That's one word I always have trouble trying to pronounce. I always wanted my photo taken. See yeah, and actually, there's videos that teach you how to produce the photos, but it seems rather difficult. Um, Chloe, that's I'm glad you kind of sort of brought that up. And this is I ain't going to deviate too far off of this, but having talked with spirits, having them told me how to set up a camera to take pictures of the orbs up in Ohio that year, 6 or 7 years ago now. But how I've learned to take pictures of orbs on the river, down on the Oclockney and other places, and some of you have seen some of them. It literally has to do, especially with digital cameras, it has to do with the f-stop you're using. How fast does the iris or the opening, the shutter, how fast is it open and how fast does it close? How large the opening is, your exposure. So you can have anyway, but there are ways to manipulate it, and also with the flash or not the flash. So I I'm not saying that I would know how to do it, but I could see how it could be done. Okay. Simply by altering a couple of settings, I went from not seeing spheres to they were all around me, and it was not a glitch of the camera. So, but anyway, um, my point is that I would agree that it could be done. Okay, how? Not sure, but I could see where tinkering with. Oh, by the way, it's kind of similar, but not today. I had to lay down a little bit, my back was bothering me real bad. And, the spirits are saying, we need you to, take a nap for an hour. And I woke up and Duggar's down at the end of the couch there. And I woke up slowly, realizing I'm like, wow, that was interesting. I was awake and doing stuff. And the next thing I remember is I'm waking up on the couch, right? Don't really, I was just going to rest my back for a minute, and now it's over an hour later. But as I opened my eyes and was just adjusting to that was an interesting ride kind of thing. Out of this eye, I seen this little white orb, and I thought it was like, I was just waking up and there was something not in my eye, in my eye, like poking out or something. And I saw, if you do this, sometimes you can see little round things. But it was like, no, it came in and I was like, had my eyes open and I watched it and it came in real close and then it just kind of went by my head. And I laid there for a minute or so with my eyes open and just looking. And I was like, now that was really weird because I wasn't doing anything. I was just waking it up and I was just laying there and just had my eyes open, and I seen it was a tiny little orby thing. It was really, like this big kind of thing. And it didn't grow or do anything. And it was white, but it came right at me nice and slow. And I thought, and at first I thought it's going to hit me in the eye. And I was just, looking straight ahead, not trying to look at it, but just staring straight ahead. But it just goes right by my head. And I was like, now that was just weird, But anyway, thought I would throw that in. Experiences. I don't remember ever having that experience while awake. Okay, just saying. But the spiritual realm. So, depending on where we were raised, what our religion and what society deemed was necessary for each of us to be spiritual, right? So, in this being spiritual, are we actually not being spiritual because were being pushed over here. Now, having been around the Catholic Church and all and stuff, and the crap and the way they changed it, oh my God. Uh, but I would say that the Catholic Church is actually, we're not, quote, worshiping Jesus because Jesus, number one, didn't want to be worshiped. Okay. He didn't want to be worshiped. And in Native Americans, they don't worship anything. That's where white people get everything wrong in that. Well, he's the sun's coming up, so he's lighting sage and singing and drumming the drum, and they're worshiping the sun. No, the ceremony is to thank the universe that the sun comes up, and to thank the sun not as worship because they know it's up there in the sky. They're not stupid, but they say thank you to the sun because it brings warmth, it brings light, it grows, the food, and we thank the creator in the universe that the sun comes up every day. It ain't nothing to do with worship. Worship is a white man's word, okay? It's ceremony in all native languages. It's always about a ceremony. They don't worship. Well, I bow down to the sun because I'm saying thank you. Well, saying thank you is totally different than throwing, a virgin or some old guy geezer into the volcano to sacrifice. So, but anyway, hey, you see Bill over there in the back? Yeah, he hadn't been very, active lately, and he eats more than his share. So, hey, let's sacrifice him to Peo Peo, the volcanic god. Maybe he'll shut up a little bit. Well, okay. Sorry, Bill, you're next. Or Punjabi. What about Punjabi? That he's always got a big mouth and. But so anyway, so it's because of the white man that worship came about. Because all the native folks I've talked to and been around over the many years now, and unfortunately they canceled a couple powwows, and they're all like locked down tighter than Dick's hat band at the local place. Although everybody is so freaking afraid of touching someone or being close, it is ridiculous. Anyway, I mean, they won't even have council meetings. What? Oh, stop it. But anyway, I wonder if anybody goes to a football game, but since Tallahassee's just down the road, just asking. But there are some places that are so fearful that it's, to me right now, it's just like, seriously, you're still that afraid? Oh my God. Okay. But, and these are native folks. So, and then there are other groups that are going, we ain't buying it. Hey, y'all want to come on. Are we going to make you wear a mask? Nah. If you want to, okay. But no, we ain't going there. So, but in this society of religions, there always has to be some kind of sacrifice. Okay. I mean, to the Jewish religion, and one of the reasons, Jesus was so pissed off, it wasn't just about the money changers in the temple. It was the fact that they were killing all these animals, that they were sacrificing them to whoever they were sacrificing to. And Jesus was like, they don't write about that, you see, because it was unnecessary bloodshed. Okay. His point to them was that, you can think about this. You can have some wine and make it to be the blood of something. I didn't have to sacrifice okay, we sacrificed the grapes for the wine. Sorry about that. Uh, but we didn't have to kill an animal for it. I mean, seriously. So it wasn't just the money. It was the money because the people were charging the local folks who were coming to worship in Jerusalem to sell. They were selling them goats and birds and, I got to make a sacrifice to the gods. Why? Well, it had some trouble along the way. Well, is it bad enough that you got to have a goat, or will a bird or two do? You know what I'm saying? So you have to think back to what was going on, right? So it was more than just the money changers. It was the whole idea of the selling of animals to sacrifice to a God that he was trying to get people to not believe in, that it was bullshit, that, quote, his God didn't require all that stuff. The sacrifice and everything was what we did in life. Now, the churches, they took that sacrifice shit a long way. Oh my God. And the tortures and things that the Catholic Church has done to people over the years, and the witches, that guy's a witch, or, they were they wanted to burn St. Francis at the stake because he used roots and herbs to cure people in the local parish and village, right? The church hated his guts at first, and the people loved him so much that they were like, the Pope had to well, we better think about this, because if we burn this guy at the stake, we're going to have a riot within the church, right? So, but the church is always right. Well, how come they changed their mind about him? But anyway, that has been one of my pet peeves for years, because I always thought St. Francis, what I knew about him then and what I know about him now, he was a cool dude. My life would have been like St. Francis, in a way. I kind of emulate for him. I don't try to copy or anything, but in the spirit of all things that are together, and natural herbs and things and stuff. And, he was a very down to earth person. So in that, because at that time I wanted to become a priest, I wanted to become a priest and be like, guess who? St. Francis. Now, this guy that's a pope right now who uses his name, it's blasphemy. The reason he's using St. Francis as his name, as Pope Francis, is it's blasphemy. It is the absolute opposite. He is the Antichrist, and he's using St. Francis's name in vain. He's the curse word for St. Francis. He is the opposite of what St. Francis stood for. Okay. Novus Ordo. Pay attention to what he's saying. New World Order, gang. And the Pope is spouting it all the time. He's just using Latin. But Novus Ordo, if you listen to him and he spouts these words, he's talking about the New World Order, and he wants all Catholics and all you and me to join the club. Okay. So society is deeming that unless you join the order, unless you become part of this new world order, then you're not going to be saved. You're not going to heaven. All these other things are not going to be available to you because you have not followed their rules. But they say, he's the Pope. He's supposed to be divine. He's supposed to be, really? I listen to him and I think he's a sick mofo. Okay. So, but everybody's got their own opinion of the Pope, and he's trying to bring people together. Now, in that, there is value in that. But at the same time, he's letting folks into the church that by church standards now, they would not have allowed. They just would not have allowed. They would have said, no, sorry, we're not going to do this. He allowed some different kind of services to be held, like in the main chapel of the Catholic Church. Now, as much as I'm not a Catholic, it's that, it's the fact that by church standards, he broke the rules of the church. Now, if two gays want to get married, I don't care. But if it's a church rule, sorry. But I want the church to change its rules. And I'm sorry, no. Well, what do you mean? Well, I don't care if gays get married or not. I spoke to my granddaughter great length on the phone. She's got a lady friend or whatever her relationship is. I'm all for it. If they're getting along and they're happy, I mean it, wonderful. Going to plan a trip on meeting them all and go camping. Maybe I'm going to go camping, but we're going to go boating. And so I don't care. But I would stand up for the church's right to deny gay marriages because they don't believe it. And so public pressure on the church to change their mind, I think, is wrong. Because it's the church. It's their mind. It's their rule. Now, if they want to change the rule, okay. But I don't think society should pressure them to change the rule. because they've got a basis for what they believe in. So, okie dokie, if you're following the Bible, a man should not lay with a man, and a woman should, okay, all right, okay. But it's the church. It's the rule. It's centuries long, even though they've had gay priests and 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 nuns, in the convents and stuff. We won't talk about that. Okay. Not every priest was gay, and not every nun had a lesbian relationship. But it happened. It did happen, and there were other things within the church that was forced upon the nuns of the church and cloisters and places and stuff. That the Catholic priest and the Catholic society and the priesthood and that hierarchy were horrible to boys and women. Okay, so but besides all that, let's just talk about they're supposed to represent Christ. No, they represent the church. They represent their own interest. So a primitive Baptist church to me, where the preacher comes out and he goes, "Howdy, y'all. Sorry it's a little hot in here. We ain't got no air conditioner and the fan's out. So, everybody's using their programs and their little fans, and they got the windows open, right? And everybody's talking, amen, preacher." And he goes, "Hallelujah, brothers and sisters. I'm here to comfort the sick and to save the sinner." And they go, "Hallelujah, preacher." And it goes, Jesus died on the cross for our sins. Amen, preacher. Amen. And Jesus was here to set an example for mankind that we should, love one another as brothers and sisters. Amen, pastor. Amen, preacher. He's preaching a more simple truth without any kind of societal stuff than the Catholic Church and the priest and the sacraments and all these things, because Jesus fed the masses, right? That's what's reported. Jesus brought them food, and he, for whatever miracle it was or not, I think he had a replicator off to the side, or they were beaming down some more fish, Scotty, and I don't mean that in disrespect, because they had UFOs back then. So let's not play around it, it's in all churches. If I agree about no blood. Yeah, there had this thing about blood. If society can change the church and its values, then the church is about people's opinions and outlook, not about the religious values they speak. My point about that I stand by the church's decisions is because that's what they base their faith on. And so then they base their faith on this, right or wrong, for all this time. Okay. So society should not make people change. Now, there are a lot of churches, there are social unions, but if the church said, sorry, our rule states, period. That's sorry. You can still come to church. Now, there are some churches, like I have a friend of mine, if she's still alive, because she would be in her 80s now, but in her later life, as I have somehow become a shaman in training, she literally went into the Lutheran church and became a minister and is a priest. Okay, if she's still alive, I hope Miss Sally is. She's a wonderful lady. But so with good intent. So down here they've got wait, maybe it's Episcopal. Sorry, I said Lutheran. It's Episcopal. So they've got the Episcopal church closer downtown that is like the old school. And then out of ways, they've got another church, Episcopal, but it's for the gays and folks and rather non-traditional. Okay. So, but because of the church's statements, I don't think Miss Sally could actually marry them, but she could still give them the sacraments like communion and all that kind of stuff, right? Still give instead of saying, sorry, you're a gay couple, you can't come in at the other church. Sally's church, still Episcopal, or were those who said, we don't care. But the church law still states you can't marry them in the church. Now they've been within the church working on that, okay? But to the point that society, and a small portion of society, says we should include everybody. I'm sorry, but if your church has a 2,000-year-old history and the rules are, then go by the rules. Quit pitching a fuss. But I want to get married in a church, but everything you are, even being gay, is against the church rules. So why do you want to get blessed and have a marriage within a church that doesn't agree with your lifestyle? Now I don't care. I'm speaking in terms of this. So, but see, this has to do with spirituality. It's still part of the subject. Why? Because it doesn't matter. Are you two people happy? Yeah. Now I can see for legal reasons, property and spouse, and that there's a need for that in society. But do you have to have the approval of the church, who, pay attention, doesn't agree with your lifestyle? Right or wrong, it's not. That's not the argument. That's the rule. Period. That's the rules. So, should everything change because all of a sudden in the last 30 years, LGBTQRSPQRI, now, it's like there is no sex on, supposedly, on the birth certificate, because the child has to pick what he is or she is, or they, is there a he or she anymore? But anyway, there's an LGBT down the street from my house. I'm all for it. But my point is, start your own church and get married there. I'm good with that. But to make the Catholic Church or another church of thousands of years of tradition change their rules because a few people want to get married, I'm just saying no. I'm on the church's side. I'm sorry. Start your own church, get a bunch of other people together, do whatever it is. But, if that's the rules, don't get bent out of shape. That's all. There was a couple of years ago, there was a gay couple, and that was, I don't, man, it doesn't matter, but it was a gay couple who went to this bakery, and they wanted to have this bakery to bake them a wedding cake. And because it was a gay marriage and the people did not believe in that, they refused to bake the cake. Now, as a private business, if you come in and say, Hawkeye, I want to buy one of your puppets, this happened one time at a place I was doing them. A lady comes up and she goes, I want to buy that puppet right there. And I said, I'm sorry, ma'am, but it's not for sale. Well, everything's for sale. And I said, no, ma'am, it isn't. And she said, but that puppet right there, my daughter really likes it. How much is it? Now, it's one of my working puppets, or one of my favorite characters that I used in a lot of the stories that I did. And she wanted me to sell this puppet to her daughter. And I said, ma'am, you don't have enough money, because how important that puppet was to me at the time, and kind of still is. But to the point, she was like, how do you know I don't have enough money? Everything has a price. And I was like, these puppets back here are not for sale for no amount of money under any circumstances. I don't care who you are or what you think. Your daughter can love them all she wants to, and I'll teach her how to make one. But no, these are not for sale. And she got really huffy. Well, my daughter wants it. And I was like, tough shit. I mean, I started to get a little nasty. I was like, no, no offense, but tough shit, lady. These are my working puppets. It would be like going up to the, Ranger Bob, or whatever name was, and asking him to say, hey, see, there's Howdy Doody. I want that puppet right there. And he'd go, no. Well, I don't care. I got enough money. I want that puppet. Sorry, no. That's the real Howdy Doody. Because when I saw Howdy Doody, that. But anyway. But there are people in life who just absolutely think that they can get what they want regardless. And for me, it was like, that child wanted that puppet. I'm like, no, 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 no. Even though I don't use the puppets right now, doesn't mean that I would sell any of my original gang. That, not, no, not yet anyway, right? Maybe at some point in the future, but now the answer is still no. Um, Now, if somebody came up to me and said, "Well, Hawkeye, I want to put them in a museum. We'd like to give you some compensation," and I might go, "Well, hmm." But if somebody just said, "I got enough money, I want to buy that puppy, and you're going to sell it to me," no, because I don't want it to go to you. You got the wrong kind of energy, right? But anyway, so but this energy is what spirit is about. This energy is all the time. So the churches, society, and all of these places have made up these rules. And those folks within religions can say what they want, but you got to always play by the church's rules. And if you want to go to that church, I'm all for it. I'm not. There are a lot of things that some churches have done, and the people within those churches, not the religion, not the higher muckety mucks, but the folks within the church, within that knew their neighbors and their co-workers and stuff, they helped each other. And if the church was there and that's how they got together and quote they worshiped God to get okie dokie. But so there are good things that have come out of churches. I'm not totally against all this, you know. I'm against some of the premise you must worship God, therefore you're condemned to hell. And nah, please stop that, will you? And that everybody's a sinner. Well, what did you do last week? Well, I got mad at somebody on the highway and I gave him the finger. Okay, so but do you feel that you must suffer a lifetime of slings and arrows of outrageous fortune because you got pissed off at somebody and raised your voice? I mean, so this idea of sin, that we're all sinners. I love you, Pearl. Off to bed you go. That'd be like giving away a child or selling one of you. Yes, to me it is, Susie. Absolutely. Across the street is the First Church of Christ. The scientists, oh my goodness. They got a weird sense of looking at some stuff, Miss Pearl. Absolutely. We both thought the same with Betty. Oh yeah, I got you, Chloe. But so with all of this stuff, though, there are people who I have watched in chat rooms and stuff, and I've talked to a couple of folks too. And no, I won't say who or what, but there might have been a family member. But to the point, someone might in the chat might say, "Oh, he's talking about me." I might not be. Okay, seriously, I might not be talking about you. Although I have spoke with folks on the phone, so I try my best not to divulge anything that a private conversation because I value that. If you and I have a conversation, like Miss Betty and I, we talked with the last week or so or whatever, and pleasant conversation, and so, but whatever we talk about, I'm not necessarily going to talk about what we discussed on the phone. However, there have been times where in having a conversation with someone, it triggers in me a discussion about a certain thing. Now, someone might say, well, we were just talking on the phone. He was talking about something like that to me, but it doesn't mean I'm talking about you. It means that the subject matter is important to a lot of other people because there's confusion. So, this confusion of society and religion and spirituality. So, if you were of a native descent before all of this other rigmarole, you would know that you're always connected to nature. You're always connected to the spirit. You're always connected to the universe. There is no if you're disconnected, it's your fault. And even when you're not connected or you think that you're disconnected because you still have a soul and an energy, you're still connected. So even when everything points to that you're not, guess what? You're still connected to the universe. Now, it might be to some weird trickle of something over here that's attached to a black hole on the other side of nowhere. But to the point though, even in your darkest moments, you're still connected to the universe simply because we are. So Christ or Buddha, or it doesn't matter. And I don't mean that rudely, because if you simply understand that you always are connected, there is no special magic to it. You just are. Okay. So, but people, because of society, well, there's got to be more to it. Not really. Of all the years of study, of all the literally pain and torture myself, right, to learn some of this stuff, it boils down to something very simple. The simplicity of spirit is that you simply believe that it always exists. But what about this? Okay, but it still exists. Well, what about this and that over there? Okay, they can exist too. Well, what about and having discussions with who was it on the phone last week? We got as you've heard me talk about the Bible and certain things, and it's like I've been told for a long time, folks who always want to quote Paul, Apostle Paul, don't, you know, no, even priests and nuns and folks and literate, no, Paul's out of here, the Saul Paul, no, out of here, sorry. And but there are so many people that like lived for the Apostle Paul and what he said and all this, and it's like okie dokie. So, but you're all still a part of the same group. Now, not speaking bad about the Mennonite folk, but they believe in the covering of the hair and the thing and the dresses and the jewelry and all this, and well, okie dokie. Now, does that necessarily bring them closer to God? I, in this particular instance, I would say yes. Why? Because they have just enough of society so they can get by. There's a bread store and down on 202 and Highway 19 that is run by the Mennonite ladies, right? And they bake, they cook, they bake bread and pastries, and oh my God. But they all do it with, the love of Jesus and the this and the church, and they all stay within their thing. But they're baking. Are they baking for profit? You betcha. They don't just give this stuff away. But at the same time, they're putting it towards the church. They're doing this. It's for the family. It's for the their community. And their community might be to help someone outside of their community. So, but anyway, hey, Married Wins, did I miss? But so anyway, but to those folks who agree to that lifestyle, as long as they're not forced into it, and people I've talked to, they have agreed to it. Well, I've asked them, don't you think this is a little strict? Well, not really. And in wearing a headpiece, it's sort of in honor of God. Well, of course, my opinion of God is a little bit different than the guy that's sitting on a throne in a cloud and the pearly gates thing, right? Okay. But the fact that they get together, that they are meaningful, that they, work as a family, they promote goodness and within their own family and within the community. And they do have an effect within the community because of their presence with their bread store and so forth like that. They're like, that Mennonite family, yeah. So a lot of people around this area know where this bread store is because it's called the bread store, and that's run by Mennonite, women. So it's like, wow. So, and they all say the same thing. These are good people, and these are good, So have the Mennonites had an effect on the community? And I would say absolutely. Why? Simply because of what they're doing. They're showing by example that the people go in there. Those are really nice people. The Mennonites, it's real. And the boy, can they bake? And it's so and so anybody I've ever heard to talk about the bread store, no one has ever said anything about the Mennonite, oh, them damn Mennonites or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. So they are having effect within the community because of their affection, their love for God in their point of view, and but they're not tied up somewhere and don't share with the community. They send out flowers in the mail once a month to invite you to their church. They, the, my good friend took his family over there, and he said, if I was to ever really join a church, it'd be them, and we've had discussions about spirit and God and all this stuff. So, because of the closeness of the people and how they interact with each other and how they literally welcome you in. So, so there are sometimes churches and, quote, a religion actually have meaning. So, they may use the gospel to whatever to bolster their opinion. Okay. But sometimes people have to have a guideline. Now, what I said in the title of this, spiritual training wheels. So for me, I've went through a bunch of different religions, right? And I still study and look and things. It's not like I'm just turned off to everything. I want to see what somebody else has to say about this. But from what the spirits have showed me personally, what the angels have saved my ass from drowning, and this, all the, oh my God, right? Most people don't have these experiences, and thank God, probably. But and I understand that the spirit is all around us. I really do get it, and it really is so simple that it doesn't require any kind of book or special knowledge. We just accept, like I always say in my prayers, accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. It is all around us. So if you just start thinking, wow, I'm swimming in cosmic goo everywhere I go, awake or asleep, no matter what I believe or don't believe, I'm still a part of this cosmic goo. And when I die, my spirit is still going to be a part of the cosmic goo. It's not going to go anywhere and not be a part of it anymore. This body just ain't going to be a part of it. But my spirit, my soul, continues to be a part of it. I'm still, after I'm dead, a part of the universe. And when I reincarnate into something else, I will continue to be a product or a part of the universe and on another adventure, right? So, can we live forever? Yeah, but not necessarily as one body, but as a spirit. The spirit lives on. And with the teachings of Christ and so forth, it's very expensive, but very good. I buy my honey from local Mennonites. Yeah, they are. I've been looking I used to have a local guy that I bought my honey from, but yeah, okay. Manakua honey. But to the point, yeah, local is always best, and get it with the comb if you can. But if it's local, then you're getting honey and not the syrup anyway. But to the point. So um, I'm against religions that teach bigotry and other people. Now I I don't know everything about the Mennonite religion, but I've hung out with enough folks. I get the basics. And they've got their own church rules about dress and so forth. And they take it from the Bible. And if you agree to that, then okay. But they're not slicing and dicing Jesus up and offering him to people to eat every time they say a mass. They're not using some relic with bones of some dead person or their hair. Maybe who knows? Maybe it's lips or a tongue. I don't know. Uh, oh my God, it's just creepy. This idea of a relic. And they talked I don't know if they still teach it, but they taught it in Catholic school, and seen it, the priest, and in World War II movies, you'd see the priest come out and he'd have the chalice covered with a thing, but he'd be carrying the chalice with something under it. I always thought it was a Bible. No, it was the relic. He couldn't say the mass. It wasn't effective unless he had his relic with him, which to me seems a little bit demonic. that you have to have bones of a saint or bones of anything in order to say this mass that's in Latin and, all this and blah, blah, blah. And the secret words that are never spoken out loud, that are only spoken under the breath, and, just the weird stuff that the Catholics do in general. So, do we even have to pretend to eat people? Do we have to pretend to eat anything? No. I'm all for Sunday supper. I'm all for folks getting together and having a meal together. And I think that is church. When folks get together and share and eat together and drink together, not I don't necessarily mean like get drunk drink, but you know, have meals together. I think that every time people get together, that is like what Jesus was talking about. This is the meal. We should get together and break bread together. We should be brothers and sisters, and but this idea of what they to me, I've always believed this. Even as a Catholic, they were like, oh, but it's this. And I always looked at the idea of the Mass as a meal and not really having anything to do with Jesus, because from the day they said, eat his body, drink his blood, I said, I ain't eating him. I'm not a cannibal. I'm going to eat this piece of bread and I'm going to think that we're all sitting around and having, that there's, we killed and we'll kill the old red rooster when she comes, and we'll have some chicken and dumplings when she comes. So I'm thinking back in the day of, she'll be coming around the mountain on Sundays and the preacher's coming and we're going to, have fried chicken. So that's what I'm thinking. And ain't nothing wrong with having meals and everybody toasting one another and the glory of that. Yeehaw! There you go, Chloe. But to the honest point about that, that's what I think, quote, the Last Supper actually meant. And this is, as a child, I just never believed this thing that Jesus wanted to eat him and drink his blood. I never believed it. I kind of went along with it because I was a Catholic and I was an altar boy and all that kind of stuff. But somehow in my mind, I was like, he never meant this. And maybe that's why Mother Mary picked me out back when I was 7 years old, getting my first communion, because that was the first time I had to eat him. I was like, I don't know if I'm really going to eat him, right? And Mother Mary's over there at the side going, hey, you and me are going to have a chat when you get older. And I'm like, what? In the church, all dressed in white, kneeling down and going up and getting that little loaf of bread, and going, wow, this thing tastes like paper. Right, Chloe. He didn't want anybody to worship him. So every time I go by a church and they got out there by the road, come worship with us. I was like, man, y'all just don't get it. He did not want any of that. But within the Christian community, it's always about the worship. And so I agree, Chloe. So um, that's the churches and society made it up. I mean, the old church, the old Catholic stuff was like you had to go and do penance. Well, what does penance mean? Well, if you go to confession now, you say 3 Hail Marys and an Our Father and 4 Glory Bees, right? And say the rosary, sometime this week or something, right? There's your penance. In the old days, you were stripped of your clothing and put in sackcloth, which was sort of like burlap, right? What they carried coal in. You were whipped, encouraged to whip yourself, right? You've seen them do it on the steps of the church to ask for penance and forgiveness of God. Now, unless you rape somebody, which back in them days was sort of like rape was not really necessarily bad, and killing, depending on why you were killing. So, but the people who had to go through that because of the guilt that the church laid on him and the guilt that society laid on them, they had to go to the church in sackcloth and in forgiveness and do penance. That's kind of harsh, ain't it? I mean, seriously? I mean, seriously. And but did you kill anybody? No. Did you hurt anybody? Well, did you, did you commit adultery? Well, what? So, but you're beating yourself to death in a sackcloth, and you have to do this penance because in the eyes of the church, in in the eyes of the church. So they always use that phrase, right? But anyway, so in the eyes of the church, you have sinned before the eyes of God, right? They always throw in the God thing at the end. So, but anyway, so all of these sin. When you boil it right down to it, what did you really do wrong? Not really anything. But society says, I pissed off the king, so I must do penance. Blah 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 blah. I spoke bad about the Pope. You must do penance. Don't like the bishop because he screwed my little boy. And but okay, so but we're the sinners, because we spoke out against them. Yeah, 312. I'm still kind of loaded from the last time. I only took one or two hits, so I'm gonna get you all started early. But I'm not gonna stay on here a long time. Also, it's it'll be 3:20 in the morning too because I got started late. But spirituality is always right next to us. There isn't anything magical that we have to do. We just need to stay connected and believe it, right? Now, there are lots of ways. There are music that can influence in certain ways. They're, doing the drum like I did the other night. It seemed to set a tone for me. I felt good doing the drum. I don't know about folks out there. But I was like, it seemed appropriate. It seemed like I needed to, and in my understanding of the dance and the drum, that it needed to be a part of the video the other night of the live stream. So, but not because necessarily that I wanted to, I was kind of being directed that this is appropriate. Okay, so, but there was no worship in there. As one of my last drums, I said, my drum and the prayer is that I'm thanking the universe for being here. I'm thanking, because the sun was about to come up. And I said, the drum was about to thank you for the sun, thank you to the universe, and thank you to, having, thank you, Susie. Yeah, and I want to do more. I was talking to my granddaughter about it tonight, and I said, I explained about the doors that had been closed when I had that last really bad head trauma, and that over these last few years I've been opening these doors real slow. Well, music behind one of them, and this is behind them, and so. But to the point though, when my friend was here yesterday, I pointed to him, and he's Mr. Kenneth. He's the one that kind of sort of, hey, I got my bass. Next time you come over, I'm gonna come get you, and we're gonna play music. So I've changed. That's when I bought my harmonicas. That's when I bought new strings, and so I want to, have started playing more music, and play play at the harp the other night and have a Duggar howling in the background. That was so unexpected, and it was so funny. But it was it. I'm sorry. It. I, I can't quit giggling. Never been afraid to do the hokey pokey because, like that song says, that's what it's all about, right, David? But and talking about the dance thing, there are certain things that are so subtle in life that it's like you're sitting at the light and you're tapping your finger, to a song that's in your head or on the radio, whatever, right? But at the same time, as soon as you tap your foot, your finger, or even think about it, you're dancing. But no, I'm not. Yes, you are. Let's be honest about this. But that's not a bad thing, right? I'm dancing with the universe. So for every time I'm hearing music and I tap, that if you realize that's your gift to the universe, that you're dancing, you know. And if you go, well, it don't have to look turn yourself around. That's what it's all about, right? You put your right foot in, you put your right foot out, you put your left foot in, and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Yep. But to the point, I think that's the words. But anyway, it's been a long time since I sang that song. But so, and we don't have to go into any kind of great big hairy super duper spiritual thing. But what it is that as you continue to hear a good song or whatever, and you tap and you're dancing, that just means you're still a part of the universe, right? It's your gift to yourself and to the universe. Whether anybody out there is dancing the same song you are, but there are many times when you stop and think about it, somebody says, "Well, I was dancing about the same time. I was listening to a different song, but I was dancing too." And it's like, what, really? So the idea that we can dance with joy in our hearts, you see, that's the key. So when we're dancing and tapping our finger, whether we're actually doing it with our feet, the importance is it's going into the universe, and it's a pure thought, right? Because we don't even think about it anymore, right? Well, I'm not really dancing. Yeah, but you're moving your feet, you're wiggling in the chair, you're doing this number here. Yes, you are, you're dancing. So just admit it and be comfortable with it. It's okay. It's all right for you to do the hokey pokey, right? That, because it is what it's all about. But that you say, well, I was driving home and I caught myself tapping my finger. Morse code to the universe. Was the song good? Yeah. Did it make you feel good? Yeah. I was just tapping. I was going right along. See, that's good energy, right? So people say, well, I'm not connected to the universe. I don't really hear anything. I don't feel like I'm connected. But you set a traffic light or whatever you tap you. You know what I'm saying? So you are connected. That simple act, that simple dance, well, I'm not really dancing. Yeah, you are. Yeah, I love to sing along, even though it annoys the drivers around me. Don't care, right? I'm not doing it for them. I'm doing it for me. Right. But so, and I got to say, I've been in situations where I was singing that it annoyed people, and I really shouldn't have been doing it there just because I wanted to. But I moved over a little bit and then I continued singing. But to the point, yeah. Um, our connection to the universe is really that simple because we are spirit beings. If you're any kind of Christian or belief or whatever, we all believe somehow there's a soul or there's this energy or the Killian photography of seeing our auras and stuff. Many of us will believe in those simple facts right there without getting into a bunch of other stuff. That light back behind me bugs me. I got the camera set in a different spot, and so it's got a different background as opposed to where I usually have it. But anyway, uh, okay, I like that better. But anyway, so in simply realizing, the things that I do are a part of the universe, whether I like it or not, basically because I'm still here. And when I die, I'm still going to be here, whether I believe it or not, because energy it doesn't go away, it just transfers, right? So if we understand just some basic things without getting all complicated, and of course we've got to leave religion out of it, simply because that confuses the issue. The churches all want us to believe in these things that are aligned by such and whatever. But if you just stop and realize we're already part of the universe, we always have been, we always will be, the continuation of the self. So you want to go into the next realm, being a dickhead, or you want to be remembered for being a kind person when you go, you know? I'm just saying, I mean, you could be a dickhead and that's what everybody will remember you because they did that about me years ago. I talked about where everybody thought I was mad all the time. And no, it was my acting and it was my facial expression and how I said that. And people just mistook me wrong, right? But part of it was my fault in how I spoke to them and so forth. And I cleaned up my act. I've talked about that. But to the point, though, that, sometimes maybe we are at fault. And sometimes, do you want to be remembered as being a dickhead? Or do you want to be remembered as somebody who was kind to other people and spoke and, he had his moments, but he was a nice guy. Boy, he sure could get riled up, but he was a good dude. I'm talking about, folks will say that of me. Boy, he could get up. He sure could, get into it. But down in all, he was a good guy. He tried to help people, and so I'm writing my own obituary, but um, I went through that period myself, and I did not want to be remembered as some ugly, mad all the time, can't get along with people. So of course we can choose that, but is that what you want to take with you to the next life? And you're going to go to the next life. You can argue with me in the universe all you want to, but it's just a matter of fact. So do you have to believe in a God? Nope. Do you have to believe in the source? Nope. You don't have to believe in any of it if you don't want to, but you're a part of it anyway. Oh, 321. Whoops. You missed me, Dave. So having a conversation with a relative recently, they were discussing, this guy in the Bible and that guy in the Bible and this apostle and that apostle but this apostle and that apostle. I said, okay, let's just stop right there. For the last 10 minutes, we've been debating which apostle did what, when all we got to go on is actually some circumstantial evidence. And that regardless of who said what, does it matter about our feelings toward the Christ, right? Well, but John said, hang on, just stop it. I don't want to hear what somebody else says. I want to discuss the Christ consciousness, what is in the Gospels that Jesus said. I don't want to hear about what John said. I don't want to hear what Mark said. I don't want his opinion. He's telling the story, but okay. 222 in my oven. Yeah. So, but anyway, so my point at the end of it was, and I probably ticked him off. I said, who gives a fuck as to which one of them said what when it's really circumstantial when you look at when the Bible officially began and who wrote. Let's just, who cares? Well, what do you mean? I said, because we're arguing about two apostles we never met. We're not sure if what they said or what was written about them is even true. But we're arguing about two guys who did or didn't exist and what they did or didn't do when we're not talking about Christ. See? So even within the Bible, people are being distracted from the truth because they're arguing about which one of the apostles and which one. I even said, that, many of the Catholic priests and so forth, they don't read Paul, right? They just like, no, he's not part of this. And for some reason, some of them have some very deep knowledge somewhere that why Paul should not be included. And because some of these folks have been to the Vatican and have been down in the catacombs and they've read shit the rest of us haven't, right? But so anyway, so while everybody's discussing and debating the Bible, they're not talking about Jesus, right? They're not talking about spirituality. They're talking about the book. They're talking about the religion. They're not talking about spirituality. So with all these people and all these religions, and for whatever good or bad they are, the discussion and arguments between them do not include spirituality. Well, but if you don't believe in the Bible, then you ain't going to get to heaven. Well, they see, there you go. They ain't talking about spirituality. They're talking about the Bible and you following the rules so that you can get to this mythical place, right? It doesn't make you spiritual, does it? God told you you must follow these rules. Okay. You got to go to church on Sundays, but they keep changing the day, right? Keep holy the Lord's day. Well, what day's that? It should be every day, not one day of the week. No, it should be every day. And we don't worship, we honor the spirits, all the elders that came before us, all of the storytellers, all of the ancients, all of them, for whatever wisdom they have, whether they're Christian or not, or whatever. But their stories, the legends, they bring us to who we are and what we learn about ourselves. And sometimes spirituality is like just one single word away, and it's in believe or accept, or you could make a sentence, right? But to the big point of things, I'm I personally feel that religions, a lot of them, will steer people away from the spiritual because they have to uphold the image of the church. And I don't think Jesus was really into the church. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been bitching at all them Jews trying to make money off of people with, killing animals and all this stuff to worship Yahweh, the God of old, right? Jesus was here to bring in a totally different point of view, and they nailed him up for it, right? So, and then after he was gone, they built a church around him. And, if Jesus was here today, he'd be going, nah, I don't think so. And there are some relatives and descendants who are like, some of you Christian folks and even Catholics, y'all got this shit wrong, period. You're worshiping in a way that it's just wrong. You're not giving honor to the saints. You're not giving honor to God or to to Mother Mary or to the goddess. You're not giving honor. You're worshiping instead, which is totally different. So it's like you worship the devil, but you honor the spirits and God. You know, I don't like that word God. But in Hindu, you could have 100 gods. In Taiwanese and some of those, they got gods for everything. So who's right in this? Well, to me and to just native things, if you give honor to the spirits, I'm good with that. Unless you're killing stuff but if you're giving honor to the spirits, and it's like the Mexican families and the other families, the Orientals and so forth, in that in honor of their dead, they cook these meals and these little suppers, and they make cookies, and they light incense or sage or something like that, depending on the culture, and they'll set up a little altar for the dead ones. And coming up on November 1st is the Day of the Dead. It's also my granddaughter's birthday too, by the way. But it's to honor those who've come before. It's not to like worship the dead. No, the Day of the Dead is to honor all of those that came before us, um, and to give them praise, to make them a sandwich. Oh, Papito, he loved his salami sandwich. So every Day of the Dead, and Muertos Dias, I, I'm making my salami sandwich, and I put it in front of his picture. And I light a candle and some incense because he sure was a good guy and he loved his salami sandwiches. Are they worshiping him? Nah. So, but outsiders looking in all talk about they're worshiping the dead and they're worshiping this. And oh, please, it's only a closed mind that would do that. But at the same time, because I did not grow up in this. Now, this has been years ago, but I learned from people who are Mexican and who, honored their dead on the, on November the 1st. And in the Catholic Church, it's All Saints Day. So they honor all the saints after Halloween, right? So, in a way, the Catholic Church has been, quote, honoring the dead for a long time. And they put these little, cross on your, or was that another day? But anyway, but to the point though, so Catholics have been doing, other folks have been doing it. They pick a day. So it also happens to be the day that the Mexican culture is they honor their dead, you know. So it's the Day of the Dead in Mexican, but it's All Saints Day in the Catholic Church. Hmm. Well, ain't the saints dead? Well, So, but anyway, but it's honoring those who passed, honor, not worship. And that's what we should be doing. Honor those who come before us, And there, I was talking about, with some friends of mine here, um, and how, my adopted mother didn't necessarily treat me and my sister in the nicest of ways. And that, my sister has trouble trying to forgive her, but over the years, I realized that wherever her mind was, she's paying her penance, and she paid her penance. She had cancer for years and suffered greatly in this life, let me tell you, before she passed into the other. And she did not go lightly into that next light. But can I hate her for it? It's like, well, it does no good. Can I forgive her for whatever she did? Well, I'm sorry, but she was a little nutty. So, from an understanding about certain wacko people do certain things, I didn't like what she did. I can't forgive those things, those harms that she did, but I can forgive her because she was not of a right mind. That was sort of obvious by a lot of us. And so, you can kind of forgive a crazy person because they're crazy. So, but anyway, so with the spirituality and everything, if you will simply believe, and it's very simple to do, go touch a tree, go sit and, look at flowers or look at nature. And anybody that's ever been caught in a summer rain or that has gone outside and felt the rain on them, it's like, yeah, 333, absolutely. But felt the rain on them and the joy of that rain and how fresh it is or whatever. Even the first snowfall. No, we haven't had snow down here in a while, but when it did snow, to go outside, even if it was cold, to feel the snow on your face and whatever. And I've been up north when it snowed, but to the point down here in the south, it's really special. But that first time you feel that snow and you just want to go out and play in it, right? And you would, no matter how old you are, you in your heart, at least for a lot of us, you know, uh, it's the first snow, and that, it's spiritual, is my point. So in nature, all around us, all the time, is the cosmic force in the universe. Just remember it, you know. And if you forget once in a while, it's all right. When you find yourself tapping your finger, you're dancing with the rest of us in the universe. And so let's have fun. When the chaos and all these other things try to rip us apart and keep us apart, let's remember that there are so many things that we're together on. We tap our fingers and our feet to music. We're alike in that respect. We share the joy to the universe. We're alike in that respect. Thank you, Susie Q. I'm fixing to get out of here too. Um, but and to wrap this up and literally keep it be without being 2 hours. I better wrap this up quick then, huh? Um, but simply understanding that we are always connected, regardless of what we believe, we actually are. And it's easier just to accept that fact and get on with it. And so, but as you live, then the synchronicities between us, how we learn to interact with each other, how we interact with each other, and then we learn from it. That's the other thing too, and all these other things that our initial acceptance becomes our belief. Because as we practice this with each other, as we understand it, the more we accept it, the more we believe it. And the more we believe that it's actually more simple than other folks try to describe to us. So as the older I get, I continue to feel it's really not that hard to stay connected all the time because we're connected all the time anyway. It's the fact that people don't realize that they're connected all the time, or that they could be connected all the time, or that they have to do something special to be connected all the time. Very, oh my God, I was just thinking about you. I mean, for the last couple of minutes, and then you pop in here. Son of a gun. Good night, Chloe. And good night to anybody else, too. Susie, if you're gone out of here, too. Good night, Chloe. We love you. Yeah, you sleep well, too. Oh, you're not going to bed. Oh, sorry about that. But anyway, if you were, we'd wish you a good night. It's for everyone else going to bed. I got you. Well, since Barry showed up, hey, what's going on, brother? What's you doing? Um, there were different things here the last few days, and just like watching the news and stuff, and just odd things that there are some people that, just for example, now this ain't a bad thing, honestly. But there are folks who are into like kung fu and those arts, and that you know there's been sort of reference at times to, well, if you don't do this form of kung fu, then you will never know true enlightenment, because it's the motion of the this and the this, and and now there is very much something to Tai Chi. It's the motion of the air around you, of the energies. You push and you pull and you move and you move. There's just something to it that I gotta say. Uh, I tried to teach. Oh my goodness, it's a frog. I was like, what the hell is on my wall? It's a green toad frog. It's a tree frog. Hey frog, what you doing? He's chasing down the spiders that crawl on the wall. These critters ain't stupid, but to see a tree frog in the house, even though it's nice and warm outside, they usually move into the house, around wintertime. I know how many people go, oh, look, there's a frog, you know, as opposed to a toad frog on the floor that leaves little toad turds, by the way, you know. But anyway, everything farts, but can he turn his head? What, the frog? Oh, he's looking at me over here. It was just like, I've seen things out of the corner of my eyes, like I was saying earlier, but you weren't here, Barry. That I woke up after like I had to take a nap earlier today, about 1 o'clock, right? So, but anyway, I woke up and I'm just staring up and I see this orb white thing come at my eye. And it just, I'm just looking straight ahead, and it just goes right by. And I was like, now that's weird. So I'm seeing something out of the corner of my eye, and there's, and it's actually a frog. Now he's on the table. Oop, now he's gone. Well, that was quick. But anyway, so yeah, all kinds of critters live in and around my house. Yes, I'm a crazy old man, and I know that most people would not stand for the kind of things that I just take for granted, and I know it's not for everybody. But in my defense, but no, in my understanding of living with the universe, the fact that I've got tree frogs and lizards that come in here and live in the windows, and I've got toad frogs across the floor, and a mouse scared the shit out of me last night. So, but I'm gonna have to kill it. There's too many mice in the house, and the cats won't do anything about it. So, and the mice are destructive, where toad frogs eat bugs, and so no, I'm not going to argue with the toad frogs or the lizards. In fact, I get pissed off at the cats when they eat the lizards. But anyway, Had frog hanging on my back door about 5 days ago. It was a tree frog. Yep. We've got some really interesting different types of tree frogs down here in the South. Now, because it's colder up there where you're at, David, um, I don't know if you have the same amount of species because of the cold, but down here we've got some really interesting, all different kinds of frogs, but tree frogs and stuff. And some of them are like huge. The big bullfrogs, now around here we don't have like we used to. I mean, there used to be some bullfrogs that were like, showing up, the bullfrogs of called Terriffair County and Hoppy Frog. Um, oh, anyway, it was a Mark Twain story where he gave this one frog some BB shot, and and the frog couldn't jump when they had the contest. But anyway, kind of weight down your opponent. But there have always been those fervent preachers, okay? And I've played one in a couple of plays. And I do believe that parts of the, teachings of the Bible are important. And there was something about those fiery, um, you know, preachers from the, a good preacher. I don't mean one that's just beating people up, but he's talking about Jesus and he's talking about the Lord and he's talking about the love of all people and he's talking about there comes the frog again. See that jumping out of the corner of my eye. I was like, he's a small guy. He's only like about this long. He's a short one. I'm glad you are the way you are, Hawkeye. That's why we're all out here at 3:41 a.m. I I get that, David. Thank you. I really do. It has dawned on me more here recently. And as I've told you all, I really do appreciate y'all. And I was bored earlier this evening, and but also this subject came up is like people really do make the spirituality really too complicated. And talking and listening to people, and I really want people to get this right. And I don't care if you still be Catholic, but are you spiritual? Or are you spending all your time on the dogma of the church? I want you to concentrate not on the church, but on Jesus. That's my point. If you're Buddhist, then okay, Buddha or whatever. And if it's for the good of mankind, then I'm all for you. But if you gotta have, I mean, there are Christians with grudges against folks. Okay, so it ain't just the Muslims or folks or whoever. The Quran is there, and and we're all gonna have a jihad. Yeah, I think that most folks in their heart don't believe that. But there are Christians in the crusade and the church. The churches believe it because they can make up the stories as they go or when it's necessary. So uh, the dogma changes as the society changes. Now, if the church wants to change their rules and marry gay folk, I'm okay with it. But as I said 2 hours ago, kind of thing, folks who want to make the church change for them, I'm going to stand with the church. Now, if the church and everybody gets together and they agree on it, I'm still going to go with the church. But one gay couple going to the church and saying, I want to be married in the church. Number one, if you're gay, then you can't be a part of that church simply because of the rules. I didn't write them, but I'm going to stand up for the church's right to defend their right to be a church. So make your own church, go to a different thing, start your own offshoot, which has happened, and get married there. I'm going to go for it. But for people, because of their LGBTQ thingy, to try to force a church to marry them, I'm sorry, they're wrong. Now, if the church decides to change, okie doke. But you will marry me because I'm gay and you're a church. Sorry, you lose that argument with me. Okay. I don't care if you get married. That's not the point. But the church is its own entity. It has its right to refuse service, right? So, and it's like it because they are who they are. So, I'm sorry. I might not agree with the church, but I'm going to stand by their decision simply because of the rules of, engagement, I guess you would say. So I'm not against gays getting married, nope, but I am against the gays pressuring the church to change simply because a few of you want to get married in the church. You're not paying attention. If you read what the church is about, you don't belong there. Go find your own church. Go get your own pastors. And folks are doing that. That's wonderful. Okay, I'm all for it. But this forcing folks to do something because you think it's right, not necessarily. You know, when a lot of other people are going, no, I don't want to. It's like I mentioned earlier. Now, what's this got to do with spirituality and stuff? See, they're forcing the issue, is my point. Why force someone to do something when they obviously don't want to? You see, well, the Catholic Church says, no, we don't want to marry you. Well, you're going to marry me, damn it, because I said so. No, I'm not, because these are our rules and have been. And, so whether I agree with them or not, I'm going to agree with the church because it's their rules. If you want to belong to their club, you got to you got to go by the rules. Well, I'm going to become a Catholic, but back in the day, but when we couldn't eat meat on Friday and it was a sin, okay? So how many people went to hell over that deal? Um, okay, so back in the 60s, I'm going to join the Catholic Church, but I don't agree with the thing about eating meat on Fridays. Okay, so now in their minds and in their hearts, if they're not sinning, they ain't sinning. I don't agree with the rule. So they just don't pay any attention to that rule, right? Because it's not a commandment. Okay, so but the church says so. Yeah, all right. But then later on, guess who proved them right? The guy who ate meat on on Fridays, and and nobody gave a shit. And now, one day they woke up and said, "Oh, it's okay. You can eat meat on Fridays now." So all those sinners for all them years, for all that stuff, and all that sinning that went on, all that penance that went up for a freaking rule in the church. Okay. So you got to wonder, how stable are these people? And they have done these things in the past. Okay, so you want to join their group, then you got to follow the rules. Or I'm a Catholic, yeah, but I don't go to confession, and I don't do the communion, and I don't. But I'm a Catholic. No, you ain't. You're a wannabe. You're you want somebody to you want something to belong to, but you're not going by the rules. So you're not really a Catholic. That's why I quit, because I couldn't. There were certain prayers and things, the Nicene Creed, the Apostles' Creed, right? It's in there that it's the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sinners, and life everlasting. Amen. I never could read the line that the Holy Catholic Church was the only way to heaven. I never did as a child. I didn't agree with it as an altar boy. I didn't agree with it, and later on, I jumped out of the church for other reasons too. But I couldn't belong because I did not totally believe their doctrine. So I was like, I can't be a Catholic. Well, are you Catholic? Well, I'm an altar boy and all this stuff, but I don't believe this line right here. I don't believe that the Catholic Church is the only church, the only one. No, I don't believe it. Sorry, I don't. Oh, but if those savages who have never known Jesus are going to go to purgatory, really, till the end of time? I mean, So I have never, ever, in all my Catholic bringing up and stuff, never agreed with that rule. So, and that was one big reason why I said I can't go here no more, because for my God, my spirit, and I used to read the gospel on Sundays to the congregation, sometimes 2 or 3 masses, along with being an altar boy. So, I was serious back then, right? I'm still serious. So, but this idea that people think, well, I'm totally against the Bible, but no, I think there's some good stuff in there. I think there's some things that are inspiring to people. The thing about the mustard seed, the thing about, taking, if you want to shine your light, you don't put a candle under under the bushel basket. You put it on top of the bushel basket to light things up. There are certain things, there are certain ways they put certain parables that I really do think are inspiring. There are certain things that Confucius said that are inspiring. There are things that a lot of people have said over the thousands of years that are inspiring. But it doesn't mean that I need to worship them or anything or create a religion around it. But their words are inspiring. Go for it. I mean, I found Robert Heinlein, who wrote, Podkayne of Mars, and one of my uh, favorite stories is Starship Troopers. And some of the other stories that I read as a kid as science fiction. And it wasn't just the science fiction; it was how the characters interacted, even aliens and non-aliens. I mean, I was, so there I found spiritual things reading Robert Heinlein. So while attending Catholic, Tampa Catholic, so and other Catholic schools, but anyway, most Holy Redeemer, but which ain't there no more. Um, they told us as kids that once a church was consecrated, that it would always be consecrated and the property would always be that. Well, they sold, most Holy Redeemer, and from what I understand, they tore down the church. So much for being consecrated by God and its holy places, right? So the Catholic Church has lied to us about stuff for a long time. So I'm against these liars. I'm against the fact that they put the church first before they talk about spiritualism, and that it's all about ceremony and worship to them, and eating and drinking of a person, right? So that's just wrong in all of that. When to native peoples, and we're all natives, by the way, to go out and sit up underneath a tree, maybe beside a lake or a river or a pond or something, or maybe just in a field or a meadow or just outside, even if you're surrounded by, apartment buildings, you're outside, right? And underneath the tree. And then you can close your eyes and you can feel the grass and you can feel the wind. Yeah, there might be kids and cars honking and stuff like that, but you can still feel the nature. So, despite all the chaos, regardless of middle of New York City, there's Central Park, so people can stay connected to nature even in one of the biggest cities. And so it's still possible. People understand, even in big cities and so forth, that green space is important, that our connection to Mother Nature, regardless of the superstructures and the steel and the concrete, that we stay connected with nature, the green spaces and this and that. So it's obviously important to people, whether they say it's spiritual or not. You know what I'm saying? So those folks who are the big engineers of stuff, uh, Hawk, I used to do that all the time, especially during if I'd ever had cops call me when I asked. They said, "Well, I'm sure people probably think you're drunk or passed out on drugs." Oh, Estes in the house? It's set in my heart that more than likely they were right. It's sad how people view things now. It's absolutely true. I've been considered crazy for a long time, and but I try to do it now, not in a belligerent way. I'm a crazy old man. Well, I'm old and I'm, in my, uh, I use my old age as my, my excuses, but I always try to be light or whatever, even if it's something serious. Uh, and here's something too, Chloe. Now, and see, some of the things that some of you folks say trigger extra stuff to go in this. Now, whoa, he's got him one. That spider's almost as big as he is. You better not let that spider eat you, buddy. Holy crap. That was a big spider. You just keep going. I got too many spiders right now anyway, so you're my answer. Let's see. Wait, where was I going with this? Let me read this back. Oh, you know, your statement is sort of how I kind of believed. It's sad that people, just think this way. It's sad that, and I still will make that remark, but I used to actually feel sadness for them. And it, I realized I was giving away energy to the universe. And, I was like, I would just literally sit for hours and not necessarily meditate, but it sort of was. And that it's like, man, it's so sad that these people have to be this way. And why do people have to be like this? And God, it's so terrible that folks have got to be like, you hear what I'm saying? And for every time I said it, I was like, and then one day my spirit guides kind of sort of slapped me and said, we've been trying to tell you to change your tone on this, but smack, you need to change your tone on this. Stop, you know, make the statement, but don't feel the statement. What you talking about, Willis? Make the statement. It is sad that people feel this way. And I would say, it's sad that people feel this way. And it's sad. And I was even being emotional and becoming sad for the people. So now, as you've heard me talk about, but not recently, to be the conscientious observer, you're conscious of what's going on around you, but it's an observation. And you only step in when it's necessary. Not yet, but soon will be. I'm telepathically contacting them. We're sending love to Esty through the universe. I got you. Thank you, Chloe. I'm very, there's a part of me that really wants to do it. And there's a part of me that goes, man, folks don't want to hear this. They don't, they don't want to hear me sit with my drum and do this thing, nah, this is, yeah. So in that, I need encouragement. I would gladly do it, but my own personal hesitations, which are grand, I might add, are that, I can't be doing this and doing a drum. And, so when you say, because, I don't do it for praise. I do it because it feels good and it's natural and, all these things. But because I'm not a full bleed Indian, to do a drum where some other would say, who's that white kid trying to think he is, trying to be an Indian with him and his drum? I've heard that before, you see. So it's like in that, I have personally have to be careful in that if I'm honest and true of heart, then the drum is honest and true of heart, regardless of what some Indian might say. Right. I agree with you, Clay. So but anyway, in this, my drummings and some of the other things, I'm like, I'm really shy. Me, shy, right? No, I really am. I'm very humble and cautious, and and there are times when they have asked me to do some things, and I just kind of ignore them. Yeah, I'm at least acknowledging you guys that I have ignored you. Yes, but they haven't screamed to me about it because of the music thing has been something that I need to reopen the doors and get that energy, etc., going again, and I need to find that spot. So, but at the same time, I want people to be honest. If it was for crap, tell me it was for crap. Don't lie to me. you know, uh, don't encourage me to do bad behavior. You know what I mean? Uh, your drum is soul touching. Thank you. Well, Chloe, see, that's what makes me say, because my spirits are telling me, you know, regardless of what you think, Hawkeye, somebody's going to listen to this drum and it might mean something to them. So for them, and I'm going to use a word that they don't really use, but, you know, anyway, um, it's sort of like stop thinking that the drum's only for you, you know? What do you mean? Well, we ask you to do the drum, there's something moving around back here. Did you all see an orb go by? There's something right in there that was getting brighter and darker, and there ain't nothing back there. There's a light right there, but that's whatever's right in here. There ain't nothing in there, and there's something back there, right there-ish. We'll see. Anyway, it ain't the frog. I think that spider ate the frog. Um, but anyway, to the point though. So it's like, but in my, I'm learning. I am a shaman in training. So if we were here and I was drumming, it would be different than me sitting here in the chair drumming to a camera because I don't have that personal connection. So I have tried to describe this many times over the several years that I've known y'all is that spiritually somehow I know you're there, and I can't explain it. I just know that you're there. You show up in the chat room, which also acknowledges that you're there, right? So we are all together. I'm dying. Sing a little pilcher. Climbing up the Eiffel Tower. Da 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 da. Man, you've been a naughty boy. You let your face go long. I am the Eggman. You are the Eggman. I am the walrus. Goo goo gee joob. Expert, texpert, choking smoker. Don't the joker laugh at you? See how they fly. I'm crying. I'm sorry. That odd bit of music came into my head right there, but I recorded drum and go outside and dance. Cool. Uh, I will be more. There are times when I get involved. I jump in and go, that's enough. When actually the drum is going, nah, I ain't through yet. It kind of happened the other night. Was like, I said, okay, like that's enough. And then, less than a minute later, I'm tapping it or drumming it again or finding some excuse, you know. So, but to the point though, I will try to uh, do a drum session that's just a drum session, you know. And if it's, I'll do whatever section it is for one drum, take a break, maybe have a conversation. No real topic, maybe, but just that I will do a drum and I'll talk about the prayer that's associated with the drum. So, yes, I agree with you, Chloe. Cuckoo, choo. That's right. Back making sandwiches. Oh, are we? Oh, crap. It, I was kind of sort of promising I wasn't going to make this a 3 hour show. But man, with the 20 coming up so quick, you want to play guitar with me? I got quite a few of them. And I've got a mandolin too. I need to get strings from a mandolin and because they have gotten kind of rusted down here next to the swamp. But yeah, harmonicas. Uh, I have bongos and different kind of shakers and other noise makers and things. I was very much into being a sound effects person. I can't remember a Foley artist. That'd be awesome, even if it just yeah. Um, oh, by the way, in talking with my um, granddaughter tonight, she is in Pensacola, but rather than some other location, she really is in Pensacola uh, versus Milton or some other town. But anyway, which is no problem. But when I talked to her about some of this stuff, and I thank her very much for her conversation and let me yap. There's a lot of things that she really hasn't heard about Grandpa over the years. And I told her, I said, I wanted you to hear it from me, and I gave her a very short version of, having the bad effects with the medicines and having grand mal seizures and all the stuff that happened. And that, that after all that years ago, when I was wheelchairing and drooling and being really crazy, I put the canoe on the trailer tonight and I'm figuring out how to hook things up and how to, be able to take all my stuff down to Florida. I'm finding that that canoe is really heavy by myself to get it on top of the truck. It was difficult before, but now it's even harder. So with old age and just my lower back hurting, it's really difficult for me to get that damn canoe up there. But I love it, man. I love it. So, but if I can get it on the trailer though, and it'd be okay. Now it sticks out a bunch out the back, and I'm gonna have to, have a flag that trails back there. But if I can't get it on top of the truck, then it'll go on top of the trailer. Now the other side of the coin I was looking at is that if the trailer was backed up and I had the canoe on the trailer the way I got it, that I could, because most of the weight is on the trailer, which is higher up than the ground, it would be easier for me to just shove it up onto the truck. So I might be using the trailer as a way to get the canoe on top of the truck. That'll work, because I've been trying to work out a way. But, if it was anything smaller than 17 and a half foot, because that's a big motherfucker, but sound effects artist, I used to practice as a kid. Yeah. First song I learned was Stairway to Heaven. Yeah, it would, David. And, uh, you know, and just make, well, in a musical way, just make noise. I mean, just there are beats and stuff that are in the universe. And when two people hear the same beat, or you start out with like you're just sitting on and maybe you got a plastic bucket or something, or you're tapping on something that's in your backpack, or you got two cups, or you're playing the spoons or something and humming, and somebody starts doing something else, and it's not necessarily a song of anything, but you come up with this music at the spur of the moment. I, when it happens, it's so magical. And you, the times that it's happened with me with some folks, they'll go, David, do you remember that time when we got together and we were doing that music and we came up with that thing? Just yeah, man, was that something? Yeah. and there was like 6 or 7 of us, and we were all in different harmonies and stuff. Yeah, do you remember that? Yeah, that was special, wasn't it? Yeah, man, we'll never recreate that again, will we? No, but do you remember that? Yeah, you know. And there were people that were singing and other folks, and it was at that moment of all the harmonies of peoples and stuff, and with no any particular, a lot of acapella, just tonal kind of thing. It just and other stuff. But so it isn't just a song that somebody else wrote, but it's the music that you hear around you when you're with other people. But anyway, so that's what I meant by making noise. I make some Elvis song, Teacher's Choice. Elvis, huh? I hear you knocking, but you can't come in. I hear you knocking. Lord knows where you've been. I'm sorry. Uh, I'm self-taught. Not that any of you asked, but I am. Uh, like playing to the animals or something. Yeah, right. Play to the universe. Now, there are some people who I've heard. I ain't saying this is you, Barry, but I've been around some like really kind of geeky, hippie type. I I want to call them weirdos because they'll have a musical instrument and it won't be tuned in any particular way, at like a guitar or something, and they'll strum it and they'll have made up this song to the universe, and it's like out of tune, and they're singing the song and they're out of tune and they're out of key, and I'm sitting there in my poor old brain because I can hear a note and hit it. I'm like, Jesus God, would you eh, this is my song to the universe and I love it. It ain't this great. Nah. Oh, thank God it's done. Do you like it? Yeah. And here's the lie. I liked it. I liked it. That you finished it right then. Don't no, I don't want to hear another one. No, please don't play it over. And then there are people that you're like, wow, I didn't know that you could, make melody, music, that just humming or something. There's this, um, yeah, I still can't play the piano. I got better, but I knew what the notes were, and I could pick out. I could read music enough that when I was in a play, I knew what I knew where my what my score was, what my melody was, and where the bass line was. And if I had to jump down, there were times when I would sing, like a second, then I would drop down and sing a bass line. So I had, and I have been in chorus and stuff since I was a kid, but I've never really learned how to quote read music. But I could follow the notes up, and I knew that if it was halfway between the lines, it was a half note, right? A half step. So whatever it was, I knew that it was la 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 la. Okay, that's the half step, right? But anyway, so but I still can't read music. I understand it a lot more. And I could sit on the piano and pluck out. I could tell over here on the side, what note it started on. It starts an E. Okay, so here's your starting note for the all right, or C or D or whatever, or F sharp for God's sakes. Which there was one song I had to do one time that was in F sharp. Holy crap! That was a weird note to start on. Gospel group, Divine Love. I've not heard of them. Hey, Alexander, what you doing? I use that cheater stick thing also. The capo is handy for. Yeah. Oh yeah. Have you ever drop a double D before? A double D. I'm not sure what you mean, Alex, or if you were talking to me, but I use a capo all the time. And here's the deal. Here's something I found out. I've lots of books on music over many years, right? And so I'm looking at them. Here's a Bob Dylan song, right? It's in this book with other kinds of songs, not just Bob. It's not just a Bob Dylan songbook. So in it, I'm looking at the chords, and there's an E flat, right? And there's a this and a that, and it's all these really strange chords. And then I was watching him. This was over the course of years. Now I'm trying to play a simple Bob Dylan song like "Ain't no use to sit and wonder why, babe. For long as I know it, it's all right." Uh, oh, tune the E string down to D. I have done that in the past. Also, I think the song uh, "I am a man of constant sorrow. I've seen trouble all my days." I think that one, the E strings turned to D, Barry. I think because I always had trouble playing it, but um, mm, bid thee farewell, the constant sorrow. On all my days. But anyway, I think that is down to D, if I'm not. Yeah, I did say hi, didn't I, Alex? Hi, Alexander. Uh, Dropping the D. Okay, so in different places, that means different things to different folks. But to the point, yeah, I have not recently, but yeah, I want to get out my harp so bad and practice, but I'm literally gonna have to let the dog out. Chloe, are you still here? Yeah, you listening to Duggar the other night playing the harp. You know, the D harp, which is higher up in frequency. He does not like that. Uh, yeah, uh, me too, Chloe. I like that song. There's a lot of songs I like, and so what for me, what I'm trying to do is like I somewhere I had a book. And the songs that I liked, I wrote them out in longhand and I put my chords in them and any notes on it, right? It was my songbook. But man, it had songs of, there was James Taylor, there was this, there was this, there was "Take Me Home, Country Roads, to the Place Where I Belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country roads. I hear her voice in the morning hours. She's calling me. Radio reminds me of my home far away." Anyway, but to the point, a lot of songs, some of them, uh, was John Denver rock and roll or was he folk music? Well, some of his songs like "Thank God I'm a Country Boy." Well, it got me no fiddle, it got me a ain't nothing but a son. Life ain't nothing but a funny, funny riddle. Thank God I'm a country boy. But anyway, what bit it? Okay, thank you, DC. I'm here. I thought he was singing, but not hurting. It's a very sync. He's had trouble all his days. That's right. There you go. I caught back up with you. My first song bit that came about through Barry. Okay. But to the point, if I can get back to being able to drive, uh, to be able to go down and be with my daughter and her family that she has down there. And my daughter's down there and her whatever other. And if I go down and visit with Brian and his family, then that's a bunch of folks other than just, yep, it is 4:20 right now, so I can officially hit this thing. Blessings to y'all and continued joy and happiness. And remember, no matter how bad it gets, we're still part of the universe. Amen, brothers and sisters. Like Barry's up there in the Ozarks, and I want to go back up there so bad. So, I don't know if um, Brian could ever get up in that direction, but it's, if you're already over there, it's almost not due north, but, it's north of there. But anyway, it'd be great to get together and play some music. And what's funny is I listened to Black Betty today. Oh, Black Betty, bam, balam. She's from Birmingham, bam, balam. The dang thing's gone wild, bam, balam. Yeah, yeah. It's been a while since I heard the song. That was one of them we used to play. Uh, but being mostly an acoustic player, yes, Chloe, we are all connected insanely. We absolutely are, and that's one of see. You've heard me talk about this, but as we have these little conversations and I, jump in with songs and stuff and this and that, and y'all come up with words I can't remember and we are doing it sort of as a collective, although I'm the spokesperson for the group. But I feel y'all's energies and however I do this thing that goes on, right? But and each of us not necessarily feed off the other, but we're interacted in a way that if you weren't here, you would think we were nuts, right? But we watch it happen between us live and in color, and in the chat room. Uh, that thing went wow. See, Barry's singing along. May the THC heal and restore you to perfect health. Yep, that too. I'm with you. And I was thinking of along with old Black Betty, there was and it was Jerry Reed, and there are folks that are like, Jerry Reed, blah blah blah. No, but Jerry Reed, I never actually met him personally, but I knew some folks who had met him, and they were like, he was one of the funniest guys and a genuinely nice guy, and Jerry Reed. But some of the songs he'd come up to, like, um, she got the gold mine and I got the shaft. It was like, she got the better half, blah, blah, blah. But there was a couple of songs by him, and one of them was like, I can't remember what it was, but down in Louisiana swamps, little gator, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, yeah, that's what I was thinking along with old Black Betty. And yeah. But to this universal thing, though, whatever's going on up here in the universe, you know, you know me, I've been saying it for a long time. We're all members of the League of Like-Minded Beings, and there's a particular frequency, and when we're all together, we kind of find it, and just we can feel it in our own way, and we things get discussed, and well, I was just thinking about that, or I was saying, that song was in my head, or you know what I mean, because we're all here, but the fact that we can share it and be it and I don't like to use this word, but and to use it to our benefit. She got the gold mine and I got the shaft. Yep. Jerry Reed. but it's something alligator in the swamp. But Rufus something. But anyway, uh, yes, was typing it. But see, y'all prove my point, you know. But you prove it between yourselves, because I accepted this years ago when me and my granny, back when there was dial telephones and we were just getting DDD kind. I called her up from Georgia, and she had picked up the phone and was dialing my number. And I went, Granny, hi, it's me. And she was like, but David, I was just trying to call you. Hang up and I'll call. Well, wait a minute. How did you know I was calling you? Oh, it happens so many times with me at my grandma Raleigh that, so there were things that I had an understanding that between me and Granny that she didn't discuss with anybody else, at least to my knowledge. But at the same time, they were in that kind of psychedelic area where I had literally called and her pick up the phone as I was calling her and not even know it, not even ring. And she blew doo grandma, it's me. Hey, hi, this is David. What? More than a dozen times. Okay. I'm just here to tell you it happened a lot. So, and where I was going to call her and pick up the phone. And she goes, David, is that you? And I go, Granny? Yeah. Well, I didn't even ring here. Well, you picked right up. And I was like, oh, so it worked both ways. But so I've known for a long, long time about, the connection in the universe and what you want to call it, ESP, or it doesn't matter what you want to call it. But I know because of how Granny and I interacted with the phone call thing, it was instantaneous in that she was calling me. And if I was available or near the phone, I would go and pick up the phone. It wasn't like a lagged response, it happened immediately. And so, um, this thing about the universe, we don't have to say magic spells or wave around any kind of wands or superficial stuff. All we got to do is understand and learn to feel the energies. And grandma's calling, whoa, she had a certain energy, but I knew Granny was calling. It wasn't somebody else. I knew when my friend Serge would call, I'd be, oh, he's about to call. There was somebody else I was thinking about today, and damned if I didn't get a phone call. So but it was like just interesting in and of itself. So my friend Tommy down in Tallahassee had lost my phone number. And about a week or so before he called, I was looking through my stuff and I go, I really need to get in touch with Tommy, but he doesn't have he's only got a cell phone, and he lost his landline, and I don't know I don't know what his cell phone number is. So he was looking for me at the same time, but I got a landline. But anyway, but to the point though, at the same time, we were looking for each other's numbers. And we've done this in the past before, and the synchronicities that he and I have had. So this understanding that, this phenomena does exist, period. Stop thinking that it don't, it does exist. Because for me, there's way too much proof. And, me and Barry have had some synchronicities, David, some other folks. We've all had synchronicities here in this, but also for Barry and I talking or calling each other, some, there have been synchronicities there. What was interesting the other night on Milky Way Soul Tribe with Robert V, he was talking about having radiator problems and changing his radiator out. Somebody said something about it. That was the night I changed my radiator out in my truck. It was like, why am I waiting on this? So I went out and I changed it and had brand new, and, Robert says, well, I just changed the radiator out in my truck and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, son of a bitch. I don't know if I was waiting on them to do their radiator too, but it was the same damn day within an hour or two of when he was doing it. But so anyway, so I thought for me, I thought that was really interesting because I had the radiator for a day or so, and I was like, I need to go out and check it. I want to go out and change it. And I was like, make up an excuse, right? So, but then I just got up off my ass and went out there and and changed it, and it just so happened it corresponded at least the same day and near about the same time he was working on his. So I just laugh at stuff like that anymore. Like, wow, was I waiting for somebody else is going to change theirs? And it just weird. It just another one of those weird synchronicities, right? So similarities. So um, think of it in terms like this. Now, as a student of anthropology, in that as a carney and I'd love to watch people on, in quote, in the audience. You're working your ride. There's people out there and how they're mixing and changing and whatever, right? So, been watching people for a long time, and as a hobby, but over the many years, it's kind of turned, in a way, into a science. It's my own anthropological look at people's behaviors, right? So, customs and mores, you've heard me talk about the South and these folks over here. So that's anthropology, really, but in a broad sense. But so, yes, the study of people and behaviors and things, right? The society, tonight's discussion, society is all about, you have to have religion in order to, and you got to have God, and you got to be right with God in order to be spiritual, so in that same realm, so I'm still kind of in that, in that vein of thought, right? Which seems to be a general topic. But I think what's important though is that in observing this, and I've talked about this before, but I need to bring it back up in that as you all participate with me, like whoever said it earlier, like, oh, I think it was you, Dave, that said, why would we be here at 3:41 in the morning? Agreed. Okay. So with that said, we all agreed there's some kind of connection between us. Otherwise, y'all wouldn't be here. It ain't just me, but I thank you. But so as we accept this as a normal, that's why we come and hang out. And I was talking to somebody earlier, and I said, I would be earlier on in the evening, and but because I don't want to be on earlier when there are other people doing their thing, that there are sometimes that it's 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning when I come on, because I think the board's clear from other folks, right? And of course to hang out with you people late at night or earlier in the morning too. But uh, and here lately it seems like I I got lots of stuff to think about and do. I was out earlier pulling weeds with the shop light on outside because it was cooler and nice and everything, and bugs weren't bothering me. And I've got a lot of these crazy weeds in my yard that have come in over the last 2 years, and they have just taken over my yard. It's not grass; they're weeds that you cut them and they leave these stumps. It's just so I have been pulling weeds for the last 2.5 weeks to get these things out of my yard, and there are seeds all over them. And if you pull one, 10 seeds drops. And then these other little ones come up right after. So I've been trying to keep them out of the yard and get them away from right here. Someplace else up the hill, don't care, but they're right out my back door. And I like to walk at least in flip flops. A lot of time I'm barefoot, and these things hurt really bad when you step on them. So, but anyway, I got off topic. Oh, I was outside dark working thingy, but so it doesn't really matter what time of day or night. I will find a project to do, right? So it could be 2 in the morning and I have mixed cement for 2 hours, until the sun was coming up. So having worked second and third shift all my life, it ain't no big deal. So about this time of night, though, here since I've got back from vacation, kind of thing, and met my brothers and sisters and all, and just stuff, losing some good friends that passed away this last year and this year as well, and just different frame of mind, at 2 or 3 in the morning. What the hell? I'm going to get on. And if anybody's out there, let's have a chat. Now, with that said, the anthropological kind of sort of scientific mind is looking at our relationship as this tribe, as this league of like-minded beings, as just a group to get of folks that get together in the middle of the night because we ain't got nothing better to do, or but to the point, here we are, right? So if I had planned, because I didn't, you know me, I've talked about this, but if I had planned a social experiment of trying to promote, not that I'm promoting, I'm trying to promote free thought and think, but look at all the evidence before you make up your mind. That spiritualism is a whole lot easier than people want to try to tell you that it is. So they want to make everything harder than it actually is, more complicated than it actually is. And it's like, okay, but basically, when you get right down to it, all of these things are training wheels for our spiritual development. We have to have something to lean on. Well, but first we got to talk about God. Well, okay, Creator, the Great Spirit. Okay, well, maybe it's this guy or Yahweh or something. Okay, but there's something out there. All right, well, some of these guys have made up rules like commandments and shit. Okay, and some of them want us to worship them like once a week at least, and keep holy that day, kind of thingy. And no graven images, and we can't worship anybody else. And I don't even know what the hell worship means, but they don't want me to do it. And they don't want me to look at my neighbor's wife, and they don't want me to look at my neighbor's goods. So that's out of there. But they got these rules, but it's pretty easy to go along with it. You know what I'm saying? So to the God, hey ST, how over? Hola. I would try to speak Spanish, but I can't remember. Is Chloe out of here? I'm going, okay, we love you, Chloe. And I'm only still on here because these other folks have come on. But, it's always great to hang out with you, Chloe. And thank you for your encouragement and compliments. They are, thank you. That's all I got to say. Thank you. Heartfelt, thank you. Thank you. Okay. And I will try to do well, not just for you, but I will do a more a drum night, okay? And maybe here shortly. Uh, I was trying to do something outside with the fire and stuff, but the lighting really sucks, and I can reach the computer out there with the Wi-Fi where I've got a fire, but it's the lighting really sucks. It just does. You came from the John Up interview. But whether or not I can get outside and actually do a real fire like I really would like to do, I will at least do drumming here. So, yep. The call went out to you, SD, earlier, and here you are. So, to some of us, that's proof that that works. Right, telepathically. So, see, now here's a very interesting thing. Now, for many of us, as I was discussing, love the drums and all. Oh, that you heard that too, SD. Okay, thank you. And to Duggar, who's sitting over there looking at me like, don't you dare pick up that harp right now. Don't you dare pick that thing up. Don't you dare make me howl. But anyway, oh man. But making music and bringing joy. But as I was saying before, as Esty was coming in, that as a social experiment, which when I started this, I was kicked, as most of Mother Mary and Sister Helene and Sister Teresa, kicked my ass to do this. And, so I did not come into doing this very willingly. I wasn't like, ooh, I'm going to go do YouTube. No, I was very reluctant, right? What I wanted to do though was be taking pictures on the river and stuff, and I would upload those as sort of an adventurer kind of thing, but which hasn't really happened. But here I am doing this, and having had this. Most of I think that at the age of 10, 11, 12ish, somewhere in there, I had a visit from Mother Mary, who said when I got older there I would have a mission, and that I would have to there would be topics that I would need to talk about spirituality and religion and stuff, and that when I got older she was going to, well, and she did. So for me it's been 50 odd years of my own prophecy that has been fulfilled. And so, whether or not this was planned, meeting all of you people, that I would be on YouTube or whatever, none of this was clear back when I was sitting in the field with them rabbits and Mother Mary. So it was just that you're here. I just want to let you know. And I found out that at the age of 12 or 13, there's a lot of other things that kind of happen, sort of an age of transition or whatever. But anyway, so I got my visit at about that time, and there was no rule book, no information other than I will be back, and this is what you're going to talk about. But I realized during it whether or not that part actually came true, because I tried to deny it for a long time. Um, I'm still learning, to be psychically connected with my granny. And we don't talk about this because it's weird. In the 60s and early 70s, and grandma was one of these like, don't don't tell your mom. No, don't tell your Aunt Shirley. Don't tell your dad. Don't tell your brother and sister. It's our secret. Okay, grandma. But it was a wonderful secret that we had, and it happened so often. She finally quit denying it. She was, oh my God, we done it again, and then she would just start laughing. I go, yeah, grandma. But she was the only person at her age that would come and see me when I was in jail down there. And my Aunt Shirley had to take her to the jail, but would never come in. My quote mother refused to come, although her mother came, got frisked down, and would come and see her grandson. And I wasn't actually her biological grandson. So, but she came and visited me. That's how special she was. So, but anyway, so what I understood with grandma, her belief, her simple connection with nature has always been a guideline, because Granny was always connected. She was most always in a good mood. She'd go fishing in a little old pond and catch this fish about this big, and it would tickle her to death for days afterwards. She'd take her kids, she'd take the neighbor kids, and they'd go fishing with a cane pole and some worms or a cricket. She liked worms better, but they'd go fishing and catch these little fish, and they'd all be tickled. And I got a picture of Granny up over there where she's holding up this little fish with her cane pole. And God bless her, but she found joy with nature in these things. But she wanted to share them with the kids. Come on, who wants to go fishing with Granny? And whoever was around, go fishing with Granny. Cane pole and, some worms. So the simple things in nature always, I know, always kept Granny grounded. And whether or not she actually cooked up the fish or not, she loved it was the fun of it, right? Yeah, hugs to you, ST. Yeah, brim fishing. Yeah, she didn't care. She didn't care what she caught, but to the point, it was, and whether or not she actually caught anything, it was going to the bank. It was sitting by the water. It was, it was that connection, right? So, and even into her 70s, she still went, fishing. And so, I got to keep up with Granny. I got the canoe loaded on the trailer, so all I got to do is tie it down and drive to the river. So, you know, I'm now not that Granny could pick up a canoe or would get in one, but yeah, cane poles still have a very good, um, uh, use. And for example, there are people who talk about, survive. I'm going to do a topic one night that's about like survival skills, true survival. What do you mean by survival, right? Do you mean in the city? Do you mean lights go out, hurricane went by? What kind of survival do you mean? And what can you actually do with some simple stuff, right? So, one of the things, and I've talked about this not often, but before, in that if you have to have something, have some nylon twine, builder's twine. You can get a whole roll of it for a couple of bucks, right? And it'll stuff into anywhere. It doesn't take up much room, but if you double it up enough times, you can pull a Mack truck with it. It's got that kind of tensile strength, and it's nylon. And I've got some nylon ropes and stuff that I've had for years that are still strong. Uh, we love you, ST, and we love having you come on and share and join with us, in the communal telepathy thing out there. But um, with all that's going on, just take a piece of twine, and you can help make a raft or a hut or something. You use it with a stick and make a hook and use some, builder's twine. It's usually got 3 or 4 strands, and that might be a little too heavy to go fishing with, but you can separate it and and take one strand of that strand and go fishing with it. So, but the point is though, if you were stranded or whatever, just some simple string and some stuff. You make me happy when skies are gray. You never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. It's easier to fish with sometimes, especially around hydrilla. Yep, yep, yep. I missed it. Did you get the job or not? I got to yapping. But anyway, I hope you did, or at least you're still in the running if you don't know yet. So, in all of these things that I've observed in my lifetime at 69, I have to keep throwing that in there. Um, that's the joke. It's not quite as funny as it was, but um, I'm 69 and I'm in my prime, and I'll tell you a story if I got the time. I'm 69. I like to rhyme, and I'm getting older, but never mind. But I'm not a scolder. There you go. She said she will know next week. We'll keep the thumbs up for you, ST. Honest. Oh, since we're kind of sort of on the subject, sort of with the psychic and the thingy, and but and I'm going to continue on with as a social experiment, which I was explaining about the Mother Mary thing was not on my mind, but it has been the fulfillment of my own personal prophecy of things that have happened. But had I like just sat down just for the hell of it and said, if I did this, I wonder what would happen. If I started doing this, I wonder what would happen. Because I never ask for money. I don't. If you hit the like button, thank you for whatever it means. It gives me confidence that somebody's actually out there listening. And if you don't like it, that's okay too. But anyway, but in this world of stuff, so if this was a social experiment, and in a way it's kind of sort of ended up being that, although I didn't plan on it, meaning that as we get together socially in our own ways, with whatever guidance I get from the spirits and with you all, is that the energy that we have and that we share, you know, um, I would have never expected this. Oh, we could get together and chat and have a good time. But the fact that we have shared psychically, we have shared in a different plane versus just, having conversation and chatting in the chat room, there's more to it than that. So for me, as a person who's, all my life I've had this spiritual thing, that it would be cool if I met people wherever I met them who were interested in learning more about spiritual and without all the religion and stuff. Let's talk about how can we really just get right down to being our spiritual self and just becoming it versus having to do all this other crap, right, that they tell us we have to do, when we have to unlearn what they tell us so that we can just be it, right? That we just be our spirit, we be with the universe. And sometimes we can transcend and literally go into another dimension. I've been lifted out of my body a few times, I've left my body a few times on purpose. And that is going to be a video by request for making curtains. Oh, y'all talking that shit. I'm kidding, but yeah, I know y'all talking that. Uh, it's about 5. Yeah, it's 4:52 here, so we would work together. I'm a cutter. But anyway, so if we were to take what we already know as it's not an experiment, but we could say, okay, now that we know one another as a social experiment, say from now on we consider this. Many of us know each other one way or the other psychically. We kind of understand energies, and I haven't done a card reading in a while, and I'd like to. But the fact that the card readings I've done, because y'all told me, have been pretty much on the mark and really important. So that's cool. So it means that I'm connected to whatever it is that I need to be connected to, and I'm always humble with my angel guardian folk, and that because I know they help me to be connected, and I know they help me to hear what's necessary for those who raise their hand for a card, right? So at the moment, I don't know where the cards are. I was going to say I need to pull a card just for the hell of it, but um, I have moved some things around and put shit on top of stuff. I really need to clean the house up, but I've been pulling weeds, and it's because the weather's changed. I've been really wanting to get outside, but I need to do some inside work too. But anyway, uh, as this social experiment, it's going to happen on its own already, but because we are more aware of each other, yeah, good medicine is good medicine. Yeah. is that as we share our energies together, I just look back just a little ways and go, wow, the impact that you all have had on each other. I'm just the moderator in the room kind of thing, but the fact that you all have you come and hang out at the middle of the night, or some folks re-listen to the shows later on, uh, and all that kind of thing. But there's participation, right? And for whoever listens or whatever, it's they're getting something. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. So that's all I ask. I've never asked for anything else. I've never asked actually for anything, only that you would consider and so forth. But and offer my prayer every time I do this. So, but in this quote experiment, how much how much more can we develop our synchronicity between each other just by allowing it to happen without really plotting it or planning on doing anything consciously? Okay, by simply being aware that we are connected, and we've been together long enough that we know that we're connected in some ways. So, but so, and I'm just bringing this out, but when I or we realize something like, wow, we really are connected. Not just, I mean, no, we're really connected. So it was sort of like, and I'm using my granny as an example, but it's not that you don't believe, but you do believe, but that as we participate in this, and it's not an experiment, but I'm just in that context. Um, so the parameters, like my granny was, she wouldn't admit for a while that there really was this interaction, and well, it really is working. And oh my God, you all are sort of above that already, but as a collective, it can't be forced. But now that I'm speaking on this consciously and y'all are listening at this point, I think, or some of you are asleep. No, Barry's awake. Is that we say, wow, I am aware that we're having an effect, and leave it at that. But with that awareness, so as things progress, is that SD feel? We're all sitting here going, we think SD's got this wrapped up, but I'm gonna keep a prayer going, as in hopes that it does. Barry, I don't know which sadness you're talking about, but I discussed this the other day, that I don't know which day it was now, but I don't know, Thursday, Friday, maybe Saturday, that there was a period of time where there was 30 minutes. I just had to stop and literally weep. Had no idea why or what, uh, but to the point, I don't know, you say the other day. So, but anyway, but, and I'm only using this as a phrase, this social experiment. Because I'm curious now, having having you all have developed this thing, and I hate to use the word centered, uh, but because I have the channel and I'm doing the moderating, that's what I mean by centered. But in the simply because you participate, you've already given your energy freely. And I've never asked you to do anything untoward, or, we might say, hey, let's have a prayer for somebody, or let's, hope Esty gets her, thing, so there's nothing wrong with that. And I would never think to misuse the energy. But as we continue to be a group together, to me, it's obvious that it should increase. You know, it should get better. That we should feel more comfortable with each other, that we can, as some of you are already doing, that you're already anticipating things and putting words in the thing, right? Saturday. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. It was Friday or Saturday. There was a spot, and it could have been Saturday, honestly. But I just remembered that it was really sad. Mine was about 10 o'clock ish here, Easter. Well, would it on my clock? It would have been 11 o'clock. So almost noon for me, anyway. There was a 30-minute spot, roughly. But so, and I don't know why the term social experiment keeps coming up in my head. I'm thinking of my uh, social studies class when certain things were discussed, and this group got together, and as a social experiment, that there was so, and but anyway, it just as an observation. Not that it's an experiment. It's just a term that gets stuck in my head. Because I don't want to really experiment with it. What I do want to do is continue to observe it, right? Whatever the phenomena is between us and between you people. And there are other channels, and there's Milky Way, and there's this, Andromeda, and there's other people. So it's not just me, all right? But in this, I can't get away from this word, this social experiment. Okay, it I'm using the word social experiment because I'm going to observe it as if it were an experiment, but it ain't. Okay. So I'm watching it as an observer would watch whatever interaction or whatever. So there is, for me, there ain't nothing pre-planned. It ain't there. But to watch folks like on the carnival interact, those folks who are around the dunk machine and those folks who are around over here, they would interact differently. So in that, it's I'm observing, but I'm always observing something, right? That's part of my job as a watchman. But in this, I think without projecting, I think that it will just get better simply because being used to one another's energy, hearing, like when Barry's here, there's an energy. When Chloe's here, there's an energy. Now Betty has joined us, there's an energy. Estee's around, there's an energy. So there are these energies from all y'all, right? And it's not a bad thing. But as we learn each other's frequencies and we find one, it's sort of like you know, back in the day when CB radios was a big deal, the locals would find their own channel. I mean, you got 20 something channels or whatever, 50, some of them had, 60 channels on some of these things. So, you know, channel 9 is for like the police or whatever. So, and 19 was for the truckers. So there are all these other channels that weren't necessarily being used. But if you were in a local area within a 10-mile radius, there might be a bunch of folks using channel 7. So they want to talk to somebody, hey, Roscoe, you got your ears on, and they go, yeah, Roscoe here, So they're chatting over the channel 7 on the CB radio. So it'd be everybody quote that would turn to channel 7. So for me, I think of it in terms like that. So we as a group have found our CB frequency. If if that makes a damn bit of sense to y'all, you know what I mean? I think it's a good thing. And like I said, I don't consider it an experiment, but as an observer, I couldn't have devised a better plan or a platform to just have people come in and have a chat and it be comfortable and y'all don't hate one another, It's been a while since anybody's really come in and put the hate on anybody. And y'all take care of it. Y'all look out for me and stuff like that. Saturday I had a big campfire. Went to a meeting. Oh, great, SD. Good, 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 good. That's always welcome. Absolutely. I quit cigarettes. That was my last bad habit. Yeah, I haven't quite quit them things yet. Thank, honest to goodness, SD, thank you. I had my drum out the other night and was drumming for everybody too. So I understand that. I didn't dance, although I really wanted to, and I wanted to do a fire. But so I'm glad you did and got us across to us. And it was necessary too. But so for those of you, I think you understand what I mean by this as far as, the experiment thingy. But as the observer, I'm obviously going to just see, but I don't want to I don't want to try to change anybody's mind about anything. I want this thing, I just want to watch folks come in and out and interact and just watch. That's all. It's not an experiment, but it is an observation. And I want to encourage it. Anybody, not for me, but to y'all, in between y'all too. You danced under the moon. Yep. I was out earlier, and that's like I said, I was out earlier pulling weeds, and really felt good. And I was looking at the stars in the sky, and I'm going, I really need to get out here and do a drum because it's been so freaking miserable these last few months with the rain and the constant misery and the bugs and oh man. So, but now it's like, whew, of course, it's my time of year as a Libra and all that kind of stuff, but. Here's one of the things to point out about my cigarette smoking is that I have noticed there are times here recently that I've let three or four. Now I'm about a half a pack a day, and some folks say, "Well, why don't you quit?" Because I really like that half a pack a day, but it's spread out over the whole day. But I've noticed here recently, like son of a bitch, half the cigarette burnout. So what I'm actually smoking versus what's disappearing out of the pack is not the same. I don't have the cigarette in my hand all the time and smoke it down and light another one off of it. I shared on my channel the campfire only I missed guitar or drums. Just glad that he played some music and you're welcome. And I'm very timid and shy about it. I honestly, you look at me and you go, "You timid and shy?" Yeah, because here, honestly, it's because me doing quote native drum, which is my intent, to anyone who is native, some of them are kind of snooty. And they're like, but he's just some white man trying to pretend to be an Indian and drumming. And what the hell's he doing? So it keeps me from doing it. That thought of someone watching this or listening and going, well, what's the hell? He's trying to be a shaman. Yeah, sure. Who does he think he is? And, it's like, I've been around folks like that, okay, at powwows and things, and they can be damn cruel. So for me, I want to do it because spiritually and as my shaman training, I feel like I need to drum but at the same time for me it feels selfish, so I don't want to do it just because I want to do it. I want to do it because it needs to be done versus, well, I'm going to play the drum for y'all. Doop, doop, doop. I really don't feel that way. It's a struggle for me to do it right, so which I think is a good thing, because in my line of work, if you want to call it that, in my line of work I want to present honesty and I don't want to say, hey, listen, I got music here. You're going to listen to my music, right? Yeah, blah, 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 blah. And oh, I'm the best drummer. I've got nah. I don't want to be that way, and I don't want to appear it to be that way from someone else's point of view. So I'm very skittish and very careful, obviously, because I don't drum very often um, on air. So but if you could have heard me when my range could really hit the high notes, I really can't hit those high notes. But there are a lot of people my age that can't hit those high notes like I used to. I mean, if even you know, Sherry, Sherry baby, Sherry baby, Sherry, won't you come out tonight? Come, come, come out tonight. Come, come, come out tonight. That's the higher notes in there, from Frankie Valley. I used to do that all the time. But anyway, so then I'm a little lower on the high notes than they actually are. But, you know, I could still stay in the same range. And a lot of folks go, well, that sounded okay, but it ain't really as high as it should be. But anyway, it's cool. But as far as the drum and things and other music, I thank you all of y'all, for the encouragement that you have given me, because that's one of them doors in my brain that's been really difficult to open, because I whatever the feeling is that is in me that says, well, you're playing because you're being selfish, or you're doing this because it's selfish. And I'm my personally, in my shaman training, to do things just because I want to do them is like, you know. So I want to go to the river, yeah, but that's being selfish. No, but yeah, but I want to go to the river, yeah, but that's being so. It's a constant battle, okay. But no, we're going to the river, yeah, but that's because you're. Would you shut up? Telling me the two opposing the angel devil on the shoulder things, uh, Mr. Big Stuff is who. He was a big shot, didn't you? Is that oh man. If you say goodbye to me tonight, there would still be music left to write. Don't care what I do. I'm so inspired by you. That hasn't happened for the longest time. Oh, for the longest time. Oh, for the longest time. I can see his face. I can see the piano man. Sing me a song, Mr. Piano Man. Sing me a song tonight. If you're all in the mood for a melody, thank you, Betty, Billy Joel. You got me singing all right. Yeah. When I used to do karaoke bars, and there was a bar in town that had karaoke. Okay, the local place we used to go for years and years and stuff. But anyway, and I would take my little monkey puppet in, and because I was too afraid to sing the songs myself, so I always let the puppet sing. But some of the Billy Joel songs I really like to sing, because I can't play the piano, and they don't necessarily sound the same way on a guitar. You know what I mean? So, but going to karaoke, and there were times that being in Thomasville, there's some rich folks down around Thomasville. I mean, uh, just as wasted away again in Margaritaville, looking for that lost shaker of salt. Some people say that there's a woman to blame, but I know it's my own damn fault. Blew out a flip flop, stepped on a pop top, cut my heel, had to go on back home. But there's booze in the blender, and soon it will render that frozen concoction that helps me hang on. Wasted away again in Margaritaville, searching for that lost shaker of salt. Some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it's my own damn fault. Anyway, I figured I would remember his name. Um, but him and his daughter had been, there's a local restaurant. Him and his daughter would come up. They own property either in Georgia or northern Florida, but they frequented Thomasville and Tallahassee all the time. Uh, you know, uh, Jimmy Buffett. Thank you very much. I know somebody out there was just thinking it, right? Jimmy Buffett, whoever, Betty, was you? It's your fault. Okay, I'll blame it on you. But yeah, there's a lot of songs over the years that, oh, 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 oh. Is that the one, Chloe? I da 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 da. Oh, 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 oh. Different song. Yeah, one night I will. There's songs that used to be when I used to play locally. I played at the Holiday Inn years ago, and I used to play for with different folks and groups. And like I say, after cast parties and things with the theater group and other stuff, we'd get together, and I'd bring my guitar, and folks would get and sing, and I'd give my guitar to somebody else, and we'd sing and have a song, and I'd play the harp or whatever, or we'd just do harmony. So it wasn't. It was all about the music. For me, there were people who say, "Well, you just want to be popular." No, I like playing music, and I like folks that like to hear music, and I like to people to participate in the music, and to sing along. And so with folks that, theater folks after cast party, they'll jump right in and sing, right? So come on, let's all sing. Let's all sing like the birdie sings. Tweet, 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 tweet. How many of you remember that song? Let's all bottle like mine. Do, 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 do. It's been a long time since, I heard that song too. But anyway, in the singing of it, in the music of it, in the noise and the people who participate, and it's like Gene Knight sing, Gene Knight. There's this, and I mean this with utmost respect, and I can't remember her name. Uh, way back in the day, way back in the day. Back in it wasn't Billie Holiday, but it was back then and earlier. But some of them blues, and she was a big mama singer, sang them Chicago blues, and honey, don't you step out on me, or I'll put my 38 up you and turn you into a tree. And oh my God, I mean it was the music was recorded on 78 vinyl. They didn't know what 45 was yet, or 33, but 78 vinyl. But some of them old Chicago and Delta blues, oh man, uh, something about 38 special. I took my baby down to New Orleans. I left my baby down across the tracks and told it how it seemed. Oh Lord, now I've been working on this railroad long time. Lord Jesus smiled down on me. I've been a chain gang singing old repertory. Lord Jesus smiled down on me. Some of them old spirituals and some of them showing up old blues, like I was just, you're doing the bass part. Yeah, there wasn't too much to that. There was some hand clapping going on. Lord Jesus, watch over me while I'm working down for all falsity. Lord Jesus, watches and keep on watching over me. Working on the chain gang, working on the chain gang, wailing in the morning and crying in the evening. Hey, what's your chain gang? Toom, toom. Working on the chain gang. Toom, toom. Working on the chain gang. Toom, toom. Working on the chain gang. Hey, Lord, the captain looking nasty. Working on the chain gang. Yep, there you go. I'm sorry. Uh, yes, Mr. Big Step, you're never going to get my love. Um, there was one Big Mama Thompson or something like that. But anyway, so in my head at time, I hear there were the songs that the not only the chain gangs, but when they was working on the railroad back in the day, and they would get a rhythm going. Yo, chunk, hit that mine, chunk, one more time, chunk. Bill Bailey gonna hit my time, chunk. Bill Mom Bailey, boom, chunk, chunk, chunk. There was a rhythm, and having worked in kind of those situations, it was fun to sing. It's kind of not having been in the army or the armed forces. It's kind of like them guys singing while they're walking in march. You know Lip, idle lip, idle lip, lip right, idle lip, idle lip. My old man, he's got to see. Head on the net to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Count 1, 2, 3. I don't, So, but anyway, but I think for me, growing up down here in the South on the carnival, and I've talked about this before. Some people don't believe me, but I used to go to these little juke joints, and it was somebody's garage and behind somebody's house down in some part of town. And and it just looked like a shed on the outside, but on the inside they got a little record player, a little jukebox or something. The guy's got a freezer or something. He's got a little bar set up, and sometimes a little pool table or something. Juke joint, and you couldn't fit 10 people in there, but juke joint, right? Yeah, the cadence, absolutely. So, but when you get a couple of people doing it, and there's that, you can find in the tune the harmonic part of it, right? And sing a little up or a little lower, but do a little bass while they're doing it, or my do a bass line vocally, So sort of like the barbershop quartet. We missed 5:20. Dadgummit. Well, we're 4 minutes late. We're always late doing something. What the hell, right? We're not working on a sidereal clock, but yeah. So to have that kind of fun, and so folks ask me what kind of music do you like, Dave? If you've hung out with me at all, there's a long range of stuff that I like. some of this newer stuff, you know, I don't know what's like who the newest artist is or anything like that. Aruba time, it's always late. um, Closest thing I've gotten to that is Nat King Cole. Yeah, see, oh, what I had Nat King Cole. I had several favorites that he sang. I grew up listening to Nat King Cole, by the way, albums and so forth. You know, um, oh, I can't think of it right now, but there were several by Nat King Cole, but there was one particular. You know, I used to try to imitate and sing, right? To try to get. As a kid, I was always mimicking voices and trying to imitate cartoon voices and stuff like that, right? So in singing, just as something that I did, in singing, I tried to imitate like Nat King Cole in certain tones, and there were other guys like Frankie Valli to try to hit that high note, right? And so and anything and everything in between. So if I liked the song, and of course had back then days just a vinyl record player kind of thing, and we were good in the house about music, and so there was Nat King Cole, there was Elvis Presley, there was the stuff that I bought and other people bought. There was Mantovani. I remember when the movie Hatari came out with John Wayne and whoever else was in it about the elephants and all that. And the soundtrack for Hatari is like really good. So I used to just turn it on and turn it up when nobody was at the house, and imagine, the elephants running through and them chasing the rhinos and trying to catch them and that kind of thing. So Aruba time. I wish I could remember that Nat King Cole song. But I grew up with listening to Dean Martin, and you know for me, because the 50s were just starting good, but listening to the old crooners and ba 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 boom, I always tried to sing like Bing Crosby, some of his old songs, ba 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 boom, 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 ba boom. Oh, sweetheart, and when I love you in the evening, we dance together and apart now. You are my lover forever more. Oh, boom, 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 boom. Anyway, you too, Betty. Honestly, so I've stayed on a lot longer than I always say this, but it is true. We left the subject a long time ago, but hanging out and singing songs, and I just like it, not for the attention it's good. It's just for me, it's just fun to do and to think about the old songs and the tunes and the music and the different moods, the tunes do. But also, as I have said before, and I still, maintain it, that as I'm sitting here and trying to remember some of the words of some of these things in the tune, I'm kind of dancing in my head. So as I'm singing and remembering and all this, I realize that yes, I am dancing too. So there was a monkey. I was remembering some of the earlier you know because he's from around here. He was from around Albany, Georgia. Um, He was singing Ahab, the Arab, the king of the burning sands, riding on his camel named Clyde. You know, and then later on it was, well, they called him the streak, fastest thing on 2 feet. you know, don't look, Ethel, too late, she was moved. But the same guy came up with a song. Everything is beautiful in its own way. Under God's heaven, love will find a way. Everything is beautiful in its own way. But so, it was kind of hard to look at Gomer Pyle. But when he sang, you know, he had a beautiful voice, right? And I've talked before about this, but just as we're kind of really off topic tonight or right now, but uh, you know, I love listening to uh, "Tiptoe Through the Tulip" with Tiny Tim and some of his other music that he sang. He loved those old songs like "Underneath the Lantern by the Barricade." Darling, I remember the way we used to say Lily Marlene, you know. La da 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 da. My lily of the lamplight, my only Lee Marlene. So, but anyway, yeah, Elvis Presley. Prince had the song named "The Record" when he does with his voice. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Prince could do some stuff too. Yeah, my favorite chat Prince. Thank you. I can't remember the song about the monkey. Wait a minute. Put the monkey on. And I remember got the boogie fever, but got the boogie down. Yeah, Elvis. My dear Aunt Shirley, who's still alive and doing better than she was a couple of months ago, took me to every Elvis movie because I was her date. And every Elvis, Hawaii. I had a couple of Elvis songs that were my Marlena Dietrich. Yeah, but there was a song about her. Yes, underneath the lantern by the barricade, darling, I remember the way it used. But it was, I think the song was about Marlena Dietrich. Yes, at least that's what I've always believed. You know, um, but one of the things I always admired about Tiny Tim was his range of voice, and that he could change into the falsetto without making it choppy. He could hit his note. You know, I always appreciated that. And I had several albums by him back in the day, and people used to joke about him, but his style of music and how he played it, and the fact that he was serious about it. You know, Ray Stevens. Thank you, Chloe. I couldn't remember his name. Ray Stevens. Yeah. Oh, I can't remember how it goes. The the night at the Great Hay Hira pick, you know, it's the nights of the whatever it in Hay Hira, Georgia, and yep, living not too far from Hay Hira, we used to all get a kick about that from Ray Stevens. Yeah. And Enos on Dukes of Hazzard is from Valdosta, and every once in a while he still does a commercial or something. I, I haven't seen him on anything recently, but He was still alive till a couple of years ago. But yeah, we had some folks that I can't think of his name at the moment, but he worked with Marlon Perkins, with Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom, and they started a park up here, Hall Park, up in Albany, just north of here. So we had some famous folk around here. Are you talking about Tiny Tim? Yeah. Well, but in a lot of ways, he had a little kid's kind of outlook on things. And in a lot of ways, he was very timid, that he would sing and the ukulele and whatever. And he didn't care if people laughed or not. You know what I mean? But he was serious about his art. And he, now, y'all help me with the comedian. He died much too early. He was on Taxi, I think it was Taxi. And he played Thank You Very Much. You know, when he first did comedy, and when he was first, before he ever got that role on that sitcom, um, he whatever show he was on, Sheila, you good morning. How are you? Hey, how's your in-law? Okay, I hope. I've been sending prayers, and I wanted to call and ask you how she was doing. So, um, yeah, and then I lost my train of thought. Yeah, there's too many songs, and but one of these days, I will. I'm gonna. I because Andy Kaufman. Thank you. The first time, I don't know if any of you remember this, but the first time I saw Andy Kaufman, he came out and he had that little nerdly thing going on with him, right? And he brings out this little record player that I grew up on, Latka, right? Good, Sheila. Whether it matters or not, just know I don't know her, but I've been sending prayers out. So I just wanted you to know that for no particular reason. I don't need a gold star, nothing. I just wanted to let you know that I've been praying. But anyway, so but so Andy walks out on stage, right? It might have been on Johnny Carson. I can't remember. So he's got this chair and he's walking really, thank you very much kind of thing, right? And he's got this record player and he lifts up the lid and he turns it on and dum 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 dum. Here I come to save the day. Now that Mighty Mouse is on the way, here I come. But he's pantomiming, right? So, and I was like, yeah, I got to go to bed too. But I almost peed my pants when I saw that. Mighty Mouse, absolutely. And going down memory lane, but Andy Kaufman, for his simplicity and what he did, and just, using this simple prop and the song, and, and how he acted during it, and moving up and down with the dum 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 dum. It's hilarious. Still in my head, it's still hilarious. So and then at the end, he just looked at everybody and said, "Thank you very much," and that was that. So I get it. So comic genius, yeah, we lost him too soon. But comedy's another night. But uh, doing the drum, Chloe, just for you, but for also other folks too. I'll just do drum, and then for those folks who just want to play it or whatever, that'd be great. And then I'm working on Hootenanny Night. I restrung the Fender, but the strings are really close together, and I got to put strings on the other one. And instead, I've been pulling weeds outside and trying to get ready to pour some concrete. So, you know, but anyway, but I want to get back to the guitar thing because I want to play, but every time that Fender, the strings are a little too close for me and I'm not used to it. So I want to get my other guitar back. But anyway, I love you all. Good morning. It's 5:40 in the morning. And ST, if I could find the cards, I'd pull you a card, but I honestly don't know where they are. They're covered up with stuff. And that's part of the thing on my agenda today is get rid of some of this stuff and put it up. But I have been lax in the house here recently, these last few days. But I'm doing better. I've cleaned up and got some other stuff, but to the point, I got some mail and put it here and read this and dumped it over there. And so I got to do better than that. But anyway, it's only me and the dog. So you burned your finger right after playing. Actually, I did. Y'all keep laughing. Keep it up, okay? And ST, we'll keep you in our prayers. Um, what I'm getting as far as what's in the universe, ST, is favorable, whatever that means. I don't feel a negative, okay? So I tried not to really say anything earlier, but having just kind of allowed it to transpire in my head, what I have gotten is for you that it's not negative. So that's a thumbs up, right? Uh, Another time for y'all too. Yes, this has been great. I'm actually honored and pleased that y'all have a good time when we have these little sessions. Because it tickles me. I like doing them and entertaining, but I also see if you're laughing and having a good time. That's it ain't about me. It's whether or not y'all are having a good time and laughing and giggling and peeing in your pants, because I used to go do puppet shows and things and interact with folks. So, I'm getting that psychically. Y'all are hanging out with me and in the chat. And so I do miss it. So, hanging out with y'all and doing this kind of stuff, it's great. So listen, as always, and I mean it, at least I hope you do, that I continue to pray. You too, David, Barry, Esty, Michelle, and Chloe, if she's still here. I know she was in and out, but anyway, I am, and Sheila, she's probably getting ready for work, but I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue. Oh, and Betsy, thank you. Uh, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. That's one of the reasons for the title of this show, right? It's so, the spirituality is so close. It's always around us. So, that's simple. A lot can be said for how do you reach it and understand it. But basic thing is just be aware that it's just always there. It's just there. Just be a part of it. And so, but anyway, every day, each and every day, that me and Duggar go out and I put my 2 feet on the ground and he goes off to pee, I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of three, which always tickles me, whether I or me or the dog will pee, but that you, your family, your friends, and all of your relatives and relations will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings that comes from the universe. And, my continuation with this is also remember to keep doing the good work and rejecting those things that are negative in your life. And, just keep, thank you, Betty, for hanging out. We'll get together soon. Sheila, you too, Sheila. Good morning, and you have a good day, okay? And you don't have to tell your in law in the hospital or whatever. Just know that, there are other folks praying too. So um, keep up the good work, everybody. And, reject that negative and put it away, and don't spend your energy on it. And we'll get together soon and play some more music and have some fun. Barry, thank you, my dear friend. Michelle, you know I love you, darling. And Sheila, thank you for being my neighbor and being a friend. Thank you. And for all of you, good morning. And for, haha, from South Georgia, it's Hawkeye Two Feathers and Friends. After, 3 hours and 59 minutes, coming on to 4 hours, 3.5 hours, way too longer than it should have been. But we've had friends in for this evening and this morning, and have had a wonderful time. Thank you. And for those of you who may watch this later on, we keep you in our hearts and our prayers, and hope that you and your family and yours are doing well as well. So keep up the good work, everybody. Remember, cheers. It's uh, uh, 4 hours that I've been on here. Yeah, 5:45 a.m. So Soul Tribe forever. Yep, absolutely. So, you know, hugs everybody. Honest, honest, honest. Keep up the good work. Keep up the faith, and just keep. And for those folks who, oh, ye of little faith, just remember that faith is what you make it, and when you understand that the spirit and the creator is all around you at all times without any special work, it becomes awesome. Yeah, cosmic group hug. And remember, as this quote social experiment, you know, as we develop our friendship with each other, I just honestly think it's just going to continue to be a good thing. So, cosmic hugs, everybody. Cheers. Keep the faith, and and just remember, just always be kind, be considerate, be compassionate, and always observant. And from Southwest Georgia, it's almost ween time, Michelle. And Halloween, everybody. And also that it's TTFN. Ta ta for now. And until later, be safe, everyone. I love you. Bye.